You know,
Why you scared? I didn't see you.
the lights on. You should say.
Sitting in the dark. But not enough. There it goes.
Lights go on.
Oh. And so walkie job over here. Yeah, we got an executive session on the beginning for an hour.
Right, you know, and stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Don't ask me why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Could be an hour. I hope it's not, but probably will be. What's the last time? Let's go. To those. But fast for the recycling back. No manager, that's not the one I want. Because it's locked. So choose. Hey, it's not doing anything. Good job. What? Why is it doing this?
What's wrong now?
I'm just trying to get hooked to sign on, and every time I do something, the screen goes black. I actually got to the sign on and I clicked it and I was entering my password and the screen goes black. I'm using Tracy's computer.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah,
Your power?
well, I hope there's power on that plug in over there. She had it plugged in before, upstairs charging the last couple hours.
Because it looks like it's there.
Well, I got a little white. Don't tell me. Tracy's there.
Oh, no, it is on. You can see on the keyboard on the bottom right. You can see there's the lights are there right below that.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the little thingy on thing there, and now the whole keyboard like, oh, okay, so here we go.
oh, maybe it's just really slow.
No
Slow
idea.
to start up.
Last time it was already open when I took it, so. Aaron was. It's been a while. done it all myself. I do sit home, why aren't you? Right. Let's try this again. Your Windows PC is out of support. What's that mean? Don't remind me. I don't think she cares. Right. No. Oh, yeah, that was round. I don't know, it's like- No. Up to the old, you're right. Hannah Tyler, Hannah, Fleming, Brown, Brad Bale. Those people aren't coming back. But then Brown coming back. Why, we have two generations. So
Because of his dynamic personality.
I can't comment. Shouldn't. Attention, that may have to do the real one. Wow, it's always empty. No, maybe closet. But this is the extra key. Closet. I forgot it was in here. If you didn't need it, and follow the AEB alarm,
Oh, okay.
they're in here. Okay, you're gonna enough, but
Mhm.
we didn't have anybody to ring you. Yeah. All right, all these extra ones. There. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Right. You know,
Sounds like
I was like, beginning to think it was the wrong night.
like,
We're all running a little late.
So I had to turn around. Oh, I just turned around. I wasn't even on the street yet. I was still on a dirt road. So there you go.
I didn't even know that Dan had asthma. Until he told me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's having a hard time. And it's funny because my daughter has asthma, but she has so many allergies that I'm used to it. And she pretty much takes something all the time. Because she has indoor and outdoor allergies and they manifest itself in.
He's not coming.
But
It's not that she
I
can't
think
breathe.
taking a.
It's just that when she's at her worst, it's usually because of an upper respiratory infection.
I guess we're gonna drop off.
Otherwise, I mean, the doctor said, you know, I'm not gonna tell you to stay away from this and this and this. We just learn to manage. Like, she's allergic to 5 grasses, birch trees, cat dander. We have a cat. But he says, you know, don't hug your cat and put your face against the cat.
Yeah. Like
Wash your hands.
you can make choices.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they say, because they, you know, years and years ago, 40, 50 years ago, they said, oh, you can't have a cat. You're allergic. You can't have a dog. And I remember my niece, who is now 50. She said, and her mom said, we'll never get a dog because Cindy's allergic. She marries a guy, and he has a dog, and they've had dogs all the time. So
Yeah.
you learn to live with it.
Yeah. At a certain point, yeah, I do believe in the power of
Yeah.
adapting, right?
And
Like,
actually, what we found is that like when she went away to college, she came back and it was like within a day, the allergies, just made it impossible. Without, Claritin or Zyrtec or something like that. Oh my God, somebody's been in this chair and I'm way down low.
Look at you, you're short.
I know.
oh,
Those planning and zoning people,
They must be 6 feet tall. So now I have to figure how to set this up, or maybe, I think I'll just trade with Dan.
Nice.
He won't know.
Let's see if he notices. I think it's on the right hand side of the chair usually.
Yeah.
yeah, then it doesn't adjust.
Oh, I'm sure it does, but anything is so complex these days about how you do things.
I see the lever on the left side though.
Well, I will see. Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not side
let's see.
here.
Yes.
I know, I'm gonna go upstairs for like 30 minutes.
Nope.
Because
No.
Mary, don't break that. We don't have those in the budget.
No, I know, but it's somebody sat here who's much taller than I am, so I'm trading, and I couldn't get this to move. So
Oh, sometimes you have to.
Chair cross.
sit in it.
Chair crisis.
Well, there's something on this left.
There's
hand side, too.
there's a twisty on the right and a lever on the left.
I'm gonna shoot off into space. I'm sorry, you guys.
It was really nice to know.
I know.
There's like a whole bunch of, I have no idea, Lana.
Forward more, you have forward, your hand forward. There's another lever right there, there's another lever.
I don't know what that
There's
does.
So you have to stand up so the seat will go on.
There's
There we
up,
go.
that's what it is. Okay, what did you do?
I was putting too much of my tush weight on it. It is.
So which one is it?
This one.
The middle one, and you
And
go
to-
up,
And to go kind of lift your butt up.
all right,
That's as far as it will go.
okay, that's fine.
Kind of lift your butt up.
Yeah, well, anybody but you, I would say that wasn't it. That was
I
being a
know,
little.
I was sitting
too
very
personal.
firmly in the chair and I was putting all my weight on the seat to be like, this is how it works, right? But you need to kind of lift up. You guys are gonna go into executive session before
Before public comment?
Ally, so you
Oh, it is
don't
before
have
public
to scramble on that one.
Okay. I'm always so ready with the timer. I'm like conditioned.
Are you guys anticipating that session to indeed take an hour?
Executive session, I think we'll take some time.
I think it'll take
Yeah.
about an hour. I can.
Kim and I had many conversations and decided on an hour, so.
I get one conversation. Oh, I keep forgetting to get online and get some tickets for your Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter's gonna come with me.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to meet your daughter.
Oh, she's so elegant when she gets dressed up, and I'm such a.
Leslie was a little bit like, so Kim said anything goes, right? And I was like, your
Oh.
new carpet sweatshirt's real clean, huh?
Andy loves dress. This was a girl who liked nothing but cotton pants, no shirts with buttons when she was little. She didn't like zippers on her pants. And now she just is into everything fancy and frilly and low back and all of
I think he's coming. He had some allergies or he had some asthma stuff. But I
We try and make the executive session, but I don't know, it sounded.
allergies there. He said, that's what he said to me too. He said he was gonna, he probably wouldn't attend anything else.
Yeah.
Allergies this season, this fall. A
Yeah.
lot of people have got allergy problems.
Yeah.
here.
They have been bad. I don't know why, but they haven't. Okay, come back up.
this will be the saga of the year.
Yeah. it took
Yeah,
me
I
a
figured
while.
that out.
Will Mary adjust your chair?
So
Wait a minute.
That's what I said when I came in. I said, somebody must be at least 6 feet tall to sit in my chair. Not that it's mine.
With no Dan,
But I should probably-
there's no refreshments.
Oh, that's true.
know.
Oh,
I
man.
had a sneaker.
These
Ah.
are,
God.
I know. How will we survive?
No cheese. No crack, good thing.
Slowly.
Good thing I had a couple apples over here.
when the
That's why you
stomachs get too loud, we'll just adjourn. If everybody starts not being able to hear over there, the sound of their own hunger, we'll just say, that's it.
See, I've got a bag of Halloween candy, but like I'm only eating, my wife and I are only eating the candies we like. So it's slowly getting down to like the Whoppers, which are gross.
I despise them.
Oh, yeah,
and
they're the
I
worst.
don't
I don't even know why
understand.
they still make them. No one wants a malt ball. Like, seriously?
Yeah, I think it tastes abominable.
And these things that you don't want to eat too, there's the donation bucket
No, that's.
for the trunk and
Give
treat.
the
So
Whoppers
wanna
my
give
favorite
the-
as a kid, though.
What?
As a kid, yeah. As a
Oh,
kid,
wow.
really.
There's something about them. Don't trust them.
Loved it.
I don't trust her.
I don't trust them.
Not a huge fan, but yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
I was looking at some trunk or treat costumes. They're pretty like.
That looked like
or
Nancy Russell kind of
decorations.
sort
They
of.
look super outlandish.
It
They
kind
are,
of
But
looks like
you
Nancy
couldn't
Russell
get
looks there.
that
It does Nancy.
Yeah.
It does Nancy Russell.
God, I can't do that.
Nancy Russell. went to school.
Yeah, if I ever, I'm like, I know that stuff, I feel like that's not exclusively parents, but that feels like also very parenting to do.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm interested in being a parent one day, but I don't know if I have those skills.
Skills.
I mean, I have the heart and the passion and the love, but do I have the skills for my trunk decoration? I don't know. I really don't
Oh
know.
my gosh, yeah, it's a thing. My whole house is torn apart for
I
Halloween
know.
right now.
Oh
I
my gosh,
bought-
is he so, what is
I
he gonna
bought
be?
one costume.
We're doing Wizard of Oz.
Which
This is our
one,
family
and
thing,
that
is
was
Wizard of
it.
Oz.
And
So
then
please come to the Hartford Trunk or Treat next Saturday because
That's all right.
also let's buy your costume. So,
Oh, I know, yeah.
yes, we bought things for our trunk or treat. We have a yellow brick road, we have some poppies. But Leslie is going to be the wizard. I have Linda the Good Witch costume and Nate is going to be the Wicked Witch of the West. 90% of this came from Melissa as well. So I'm wearing someone's defunct wedding dress that got hacked apart, I think.
well,
And put on a t-shirt because I was like, it's October. I'm gonna need to get one.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I also love, wait, so he's gonna be the Wicked Witch of the West?
Yeah, the kinds are very enthralling but frightening all at the same time. So I think we're working through some stuff by like dressing up as the Wicked Witch.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, case study.
Sometimes he likes to watch the really scary parts, but like he still can't watch her melt. in
I
the
mean, it
movie.
is a weird concept. Yeah,
Yeah.
a melting person, like.
Yeah, that gets splashed with water and melts and.
Yeah,
And they, also the wizard explicitly tells all of them golden witch. When you watch the Wizard of Oz with a whole different lens, you're like, this is some
Yeah, we
dark
it's
stuff.
pretty dark.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. The flying monkeys.
yes,
monkeys.
monkeys are very.
Yeah.
It was a good idea. But I also, you know, even though I know this is then.
I didn't remember you were shoving me on.
So that could scare me. It showed like the feet sticking
Yeah,
out.
see that the
That
glass
was terrifying.
Yeah,
It's like, is this gonna be my house? But, you know,
I know.
collapse.
well,
Yeah, I was afraid of like tornadoes. As a kid. I didn't like-
I lived in Nebraska.
Oh, there you go.
You have a right to be afraid of tornadoes.
tornadoes, that sounds absolutely terrifying. I mean, I'm from Florida, so the hurricanes, you know, that was,
Oh, yeah.
that's always a threat, which is also scary, but there's nothing like a cyclone.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
what?
My dad used to love to drive.
Like chasing
After,
apples.
you know, I was pretty lucky that he, you know, missed it by a couple of blocks. But he was, you know, my mom said, I can't worry about it. This is just a joke. Meanwhile, the neighbors would be coming into our basement with their canaries and everything.
For real.
You could tell there's been a bad tornado.
Yeah.
The sky turns kind of yellow,
Yeah.
no birds sing. It's really heavy. It's really weird.
Rocket.
He just texted me, he's running over from sister cities.
Yeah,
But I think they actually were.
I was gonna say, they must Where'd you do this at?
Huh?
Where'd you do this? Which city? Where from?
Zoom.
Oh.
And then I spilled my smoothie in my rush right in my car.
You still have quite a bit left, though. That's impressive.
Saves a lot of
You
it.
did something with the lid.
Yeah.
All right, well, I will, CATV, we ready? Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Select Board on Tuesday, October 18th, 2022 at 6 p.m. The first order, yeah, right, 6:05, thank you. 6:05 tonight. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead?
Sure. I will.
Okay.
I pledge
Pledge allegiance
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. We don't have anything on the Liquor Control Board. I don't see any changes to the order of agenda, but as we have been doing, if public comment kind of cuts into when someone's going to be here, we might take it up again at the end of the meeting. So we have a motion to go into executive session.
Order of agenda, anything under?
No changes on the order of agenda,
Okay.
just that sometimes we split up the public comment if it's running long.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion that in accordance with Vermont open meeting law requirements, I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the employment appointment or evaluation of a public officer under the provision of Title I, Section 313(1)(3) of the Vermont Statutes.
I'll second.
second from Ally. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll go into executive session. You will be back. Yes.
Make a motion, we close executive session and return to public session.
I have a second.
I second.
Mary seconds. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Okay, so we are out of executive session and we took no formal action. We did not take any votes. So we will resume our regular public hearing session. So right now we have public comment. So public comment, we'll start with people in the room, and then if there are any people on Zoom, we'll ask them to talk. If you'd like to comment, please come to the podium if you're in the room and identify your name, tell us your name and your village or town of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, no personal attacks, and please direct your comments to the select board as a whole, as opposed to any individual board members. So we'll start. Anyone in the room? Yes, Heidi.
Introduce yourself. Take a breath and then introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Duto and I live in White River Junction. And I have come here tonight to ask the board a very important question. A year ago today, well, maybe not today, but within this month, I approached this board with some very important topics. And I asked for some signages in the South Main Street parking lot and the Wilder parking lot to be posted for safety purposes. And those signages are not being followed, as are town codes. And I'm asking this board when the board is going to enforce those policies. That's my question. My safety has been violated. And in my own home now. When is it going to be enforced?
I just want to make sure you're done with anything you have to say.
I'm done.
Okay. So I assume you're referring to the ordinances on for the parking overnight, is that right?
I'm asking for the town code. That would be the RVs, the parking overnight, everything. Town codes include all ordinances, all signage. The signage is the parking ride, and the signage is the Main Street parking ride, parking lot. The town codes include all ordinances in the town of Hartford.
And we expect them to be enforced. I believe we don't as a board actually enforce them ourselves, but the police would. So I believe, that the police are aware. We have to, I think, be mindful to some extent that they need to prioritize what they do, and they need to address each situation, on its own if they're going to approach, a vehicle to tow or something like that. But they are aware. I don't believe that there's ever been any instruction to them not to enforce the ordinances. I know it's difficult if you feel like they're not being enforced. I know that our police do a lot of work, and sometimes they have to prioritize things. And it may be that, not every situation where they might go, move someone or move an RV, that, they have to take into consideration, safety concerns, things like that. But as far as we know, they are aware. I think we would all expect town ordinances to be enforced. Lanny, would you like to?
Kim in first, then I would like to.
Kim and then Lanny.
I'm just curious, Heidi, if you were able to reach out to the police social worker.
I've reached out twice. I have a therapist I'm reaching out to. I've reached out to the courthouse now, but it's not the charge.
I'd like to follow up with you individually. I don't want to talk about your personal incident in public session, but I know we spoke the other day and it sounds like something's like.
Another one.
Lanny, and then if
So-
Lanny and.
It is the ability of this board to direct the town manager to have the ordinances enforced and have the RVs no trespassed. So if
Yep.
this, if
The
this board,
police do have to enforce.
right, but if it's up to the board to, we can direct the town manager to direct the police to enforce the ordinances.
I think,
So I think that's what
we've
Heidi's
done
looking
that,
for.
you know.
I don't think we've not openly directed the town manager to have that enforced. And it's up to her to have a trespass order issued for the town lot, because she
For
is
the
the
town.
authority of she's the authority within the town lot. So if we direct her to do that, then she has our directive to have it enforced. So we have to make a decision as a board to authorize her to do that, I believe.
Right.
Just to build on that, is there? My understanding is the sign says violators will be towed at their own expense, which would require some modicum of town intervention, but then would be probably a third-party towing company. Is there, Tracy, do you have any direct address to this? Because this is something that we've been getting contacted about for quite some time.
Yeah, so I spoke with Acting Lieutenant Thomas Howell on Saturday at the Public Safety Open House. He was actually on his way. They had also been there on Friday to discuss, I think there's 2 RVs at the South Main Street parking lot, and had put both of those people in contact with social services, including the police social worker, to be able to get them to move along. I believe one RV was out of gas. They were working with community partners to get that moved along with gas. And the other one had someone who was at risk, and the police social was working on getting them alternate housing. One of the things, it's a great topic, Rocket, to bring up about the towing, because and we're going to get a little bit in the weeds here. The cost of the towing is borne by the towing company. And this happened last year, I believe, and we got the RV out just in time. The towing companies are very reticent to tow because they will not see any money out of this. So we are also working our own internal personal connections with these towing companies to see if there's anything we can do to reduce that risk for them. So that way they're more apt to take us seriously when we do need to remove vehicles from the lot.
Did they not just bill us?
They would bill you, so they would bill the owner of the
That's right,
vehicle.
so-
So the tow cost is borne by the owner of the vehicle. If they don't have that fund available, the towing company basically eats that funding, which makes them very less likely to actually want to tow for us when we say we have an older RV and it has been abandoned, because they're going to take that cost and bear it and bear the cost of storing it. So we have a couple of ideas out there. I don't want to share them publicly because I don't want people to know possibly where we may be storing these in exchange if they were to break into them. But we're trying to work that around on that, because right now we're not able to get anybody to agree that if we were to escalate these issues, that they would be available to tow.
Lanny,
So just to have a direct answer to a question, have you directed the police department to have them no trespass?
I have not directed the police department to no trespass anyone, because they have not brought it to me to where they would like me to officially no trespass. They know that I'm available. They keep me up to date, and they know that if they need me to no trespass somebody, to please just call and we will discuss the inadvertent case. I believe in the integrity and the high standards of the police department. They're doing their best. I read the incident reports, and we have some of our more senior staff are out there, or our more junior staff are being supervised by our senior staff, because this is a complicated incident. And I've spoken to them that if they need me to no trespass, all they have to do is call, and we'll discuss it, and I can give them that directive on that incident. I think a blanket directive to no trespass isn't something that necessarily would work well for the town overall, because each of these incidences do have their own nuances that we need to address. And and understand before the police are willing to no trespass. And in addition, I don't know what that would look like without a towing company that's willing to remove the
So,
vehicles.
so if you were to direct, you were to direct the police department, no trespass these folks, and they were to do it under the confines that they are under. That would mean that the vehicles that are able to be moved currently, that aren't disabled, they would have to move, okay? And then the police department could work within the confines of the mechanical issues that people are facing to get the RVs fixed and get them out of there. So that my question to you is that understanding that there are confines that they're under, you could offer that no trespass order, and they could do it when they have the ability to move these vehicles.
So here's what happens is I will reach out to the police or vice versa. They're very proactive about letting me know, and they'll say, we believe that we have a vehicle that is in violation of the ordinance. We've messaged it, we've approached this person. And remember, this isn't just RVs. If someone leaves their basic Toyota Corolla in the same spot, if we get complaints or if they've noticed that, we start to notice that vehicle and say, you are in violation of the parking ordinance, you need to move this vehicle by the state or we will trespass you. That is when they start alerting me that we have a blank vehicle at a blank spot. And if it doesn't move by this date, they would like the authority to move it. And actually, according to the authority, my authority is just their good grace of letting me know they have the complete authority for something in that case to move that vehicle and tow that vehicle.
Tracy, so I think fundamentally, there's a lot of detail here for us at our level that we don't necessarily need to be privy to, I think, but we have a citizen that's been concerned about this. We've heard many reports about this for quite a period of time. We've heard and seen evidence of a pretty unsavory background of some of the individuals involved with this. What at the end of the day, it's a town lot and we need our citizens to feel safe and our codes to be enforced. So what would be a reasonable time that we could expect a report from you that has been satisfied in terms of whatever the way that is handled?
We are fulfilling this law to the best of our abilities and to the written ordinance as it is written right now. If you all would like to change that ordinance, that's something we can discuss.
Tracy,
But
the sign
we're
says
not,
7 days and owner would be.
it's 7 days in the same spot.
There's no overnight camping though, Tracy. Those are not.
If there is evidence of overnight camping that is brought forth, we cannot assume that someone's vehicle type necessarily means that they're overnight camping.
Tracy, there's somebody's got a canopy set up out there. Okay, come on.
Because this is public comment. If we want to bring up ordinances in more detail, if you want more
I
information.
mean, I
we
guess I
can.
would like, would love some specificity on what it is that needs to, the burden of proof that you think needs to be satisfied.
Remember, it's not her. The police enforce. If the police go and they see a situation and they're not comfortable moving it, or they feel like, that there's other considerations they have to take into effect, they will do that.
But we can direct the town manager.
If you were to do something like that, I would love to have the police come in and tell us what the effect would be if we said you have to spend the priority of your time on every single ordinance violation. I'm sure they would, have some comments on whether that's the best use of their time. I've spoken with the police before. I said, what about the ordinances? And someone just told me, hey, we're short staffed. What did we have? What did I have yesterday? Do you want to know? I was like, yeah. And they told me, we had an overdose, we had an accident, we had an assault, we had drug dealing, we had to take a kid out of a dangerous home. I'm sorry, we just couldn't get to it like today. So I think there are other considerations we need to take into, to consider before we just issue a blanket order like this is your priority of what you enforce.
Look, I mean, we've seen the evidence of the person's conviction. I think that it is the citizen's right to feel safe. This has been something that has been on our desk for far longer than I think should be on our desk. And I would love to see some resolution to that. And I'm happy to be involved in any way I can be supportive of it. I'm happy to step out as much as that needs to be. But this is something that has been brought week after week after week for a long period of time.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ignored it necessarily. Well, the ordinances aren't, anyone can evade an ordinance because they don't sleep in their RV one night out of the 14. I mean, maybe you want to look at that, but I feel like this is public comment. We want to make sure that our citizens feel safe. We want to make sure that our ordinances are enforced. This seems like an issue. There's enough, that's sort of unknown to us about the actual process that it might be worthwhile having people come in and tell us some more. But since this is public comment,
So let's
we
get the
appreciate you, Heidi.
Let's get the acting deputy To.
Okay, well, we'll do that at an agenda.
Is it gonna take my life being taken? For
Heidi.
you to enforce the law? Is it gonna take them killing me in my own home? Is that what it's gonna take? I'm asking you.
I feel for you, Heidi, and I'm sorry that this is happening to
It's
you.
obvious what they're doing. Is it gonna take for them to come to my home now? To actually kill me for you to do the job that you were taking an oath to do? Is it gonna take them to come to my house and literally kill me? Is it?
Heidi,
Because
We
that's
want
where they're
the-
going next.
we want the ordinances enforced. If you feel unsafe, please be in touch with the police. You
I
know,
call
you
them
said you got a,
I don't even go out of my home.
you got a
This took
stalking
everything
order.
out of me to come out of my home today.
I know, and we appreciate you coming out and telling this to us. I know it took a lot. Look, we're gonna do what we can to make sure the ordinances are enforced, but it sounds like also
Does
you've
it
got
take
to
one of you
be careful.
threatened to actually do it? Will it take one of you to be threatened?
Heidi,
to actually
we
step up
take this,
what you took an oath of office to
we
do?
take this seriously, and we want to see these enforced, and we want to make sure that you're safe.
Like, stop talking that way. You know the truth. Every one of you know the truth of them sleeping down there. Every one of you have allowed this. Every one of you. Is it gonna take one of you to be threatened and live in my life right now? Is that what it's gonna take to keep letting this happen? It could be Tracy, it could be Kim, it could be Mary, it could be Allie next. They're going after women. Is that what it's gonna take? Do you want your wife to be in that situation if she uses that parking lot? I'm asking a simple question.
And we will do what we can to have the ordinances enforced,
It's
and I think
ridiculous.
that,
Absolutely
you know,
ridiculous.
Can we just get an actionable memo of just what the police assessment is and what the next, our options are? I mean, that would be helpful, I think, for us, because we're relatively hamstrung. Heidi, you know, I live in that area too, and you know, I see some of the same
You
things.
saw what happened when I just went to get a sandwich.
I did see
today.
that, Heidi, I did, and the,
You weren't out when the cops came back when I dropped my mother off and they were out with both of them. The cops had to interfere when they started a ruckus in town again,
Heidi, I actually was,
and I had to drive through it.
so I was in the area, Heidi, for that, but the fact of the matter is, we have a certain set of responsibilities that we can do as a board, but one of the
But
responsible,
you have
Heidi.
Heidi, please.
May I finish my
Please,
statement,
Heidi.
please? I'm trying to be sympathetic here and find solutions, okay? So one of our charges is to communicate directly with the town manager. I think that it would be helpful, given the ambiguity of the situation from an enforcement perspective, to just have a one-page memo to say, here's what the current assessment is, here's what the options that are being pursued are, and here's the reasonable timeline that we can expect to be able to give citizens, not just this citizen, but all citizens, peace of mind to say that we have substantively looked into this and are seeking positive action.
yeah, I have no problem with us bringing this up at our next meeting and having people come in and talk on it and seeing what steps are taken.
Can we also just get a written memo? I think that way we can.
I don't think a one pager is gonna even scratch the surface of the complexity of all the things that are going on. And I actually would rather prefer that we have acting chief Connie Kelly and acting lieutenant Tom Howell and, you know, possibly a couple of our corporals and detective lieutenant, acting lieutenant. And Kelsey, who is our police social worker, who will be here on the 25th as well. She's going to be here for the budget meeting. So I would actually rather have them come in and be able to answer your questions live than to have them write something up and possibly not have your questions answered.
Okay, well, we'll add
I think
that.
that would be more substantive.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Any more public comment in the room? Sue Ellen?
Departments are Wilder, Vermont. This time last year, I was here talking about this situation. This time last year, I was also threatened by a registered sex offender living in a hut manufactured by a select board member and dropped on a public lot. I was lucky enough that I was able to contact the police department right away, and this person had an outstanding warrant picked up. Thusly, not everyone has a warrant. I think it's unfair to say to Heidi, why were you in a public park at a child's athletics game? Were you taking pictures? What were you doing? Because this was said to her by a public official, and I think it's more to the point that what was a registered sex offender doing camping in a public park during a children's athletics game put on by Hartford High School. As the mother of an addict, I want to tell you this. By not enforcing and not, I don't understand what the downside of the no trespass order would be. When I hear that from you, Tracy, with all due respect, it blows my mind. Because I have a son who is an addict, a very active addict. And he runs these encampments and he runs in these campers. Last month alone, my son overdosed 10 times in RVs, in sheds, and in tents in this town. 10 times. By not breaking up these encampments, by not getting these RVs to move along, you are adding spark to a huge problem. We're losing our children. We're losing all of our children. I can tell you at least 25 people that graduated with me in the class of 1992 that buried babies. And it's because this has been allowed to grow. And it needs to be addressed, and not just addressed because Miss Duto or I was threatened. Everybody's being threatened. And the reason we're being threatened is because we're pushing buttons and doing the job that they feel the police and the select board and the town manager are not doing. Citizens are out there doing it. So they're targeting us for doing the job that officials are being paid and elected to do. So I beg of you, for my son's life, for Miss Trudeau's safety, for my neighbor's safety, to please address this. Give us a time frame when you are all going to tell us when these ordinances are going to be in effect. It is a 7-day ordinance. It is complete crap that they're not living there. We know they are. We have pictures of them living there. We go through it all hours of the days or nights to do the job that you are asking the questions, and we're telling you, yes, they are, because we're the ones going out at midnight. We're the ones policing our neighborhoods at midnight to see if these people are actually living in these RVs, to see if these encampments are being used, to see, God forbid, as a mother, me traveling with a backpack with full of Narcan. Do you have any idea how many people have had a Narcan? Please tell us when you're going to have an answer for our question. No more bull. I don't want to wait another year for this. I think it is acceptable to me to say to you, enforce the 7-day code. You told us last year it was a signage. Nobody was going to enforce anything through the signage. The signage is up. The law is in place. The voters have voted. This is unacceptable. And we need to know in a good time frame when you guys are going to do this or to see some change happening. So that's why I'm saying not another year, not another board, not another committee, not another email. Start saving some people, because doing this is not saving them. You're jeopardizing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue Ellen. Any other public comment in the room? Is there anyone on Zoom?
No hands up. Oh, there goes a hand.
Okay.
Oh, another hand. Okay, Tim, go ahead, Tim Burial.
Hi, Tim.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry to be perhaps following I know some probably heavy emotional energy in the room, and I know it's hard for you guys to work through all that, but I wanted to just have an opportunity to quickly check in with you guys and sort of, and this is more related to the budget, which at the moment seems like a light topic, but my observation since living in this town for the last 12 years is that there's this tendency, not always bad, to sort of lean towards what I call a Yankee frugality as it relates to the budget, and really focus on needs and perhaps less on wants. And I think some of that is, again, valid and good. But my concern over time is that what's possible to really improve a community doesn't get to where it should be, because you're kind of doing maintenance. And I say this again, in my own home, I have to make these tough decisions between, paying a bill versus, putting in a hot tub. But I'm only bringing this up because it strikes me that we haven't heard a lot about the grand list and generally where the town's revenue side is at the moment. I know you guys have some ARPA money and some other money that is perhaps available, but I'm just asking you to really try and find that balance point between being bold and being timid as it relates to setting a budget in front of the citizens that kind of moves the ball as opposed to just takes care of the ball, if that makes sense to you. So that's the only point I wanted to make tonight, is just really, really try and have the courage to perhaps put a budget in front of people that is a little more bold, and not just sort of like the maintenance kind of type budget. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tim. We will keep that in mind as we go through the budget process. I appreciate it. And there's one more hand.
Yep, Mike Morris, go ahead.
Mike, you're up.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. I'm shifting gears midstream here because I had something else I want to talk about, but after hearing this, what's happening with Heidi, I find this very, very disturbing. This has been a subject that's been brought up by neighborhoods in the past year plus with homelessness and everything else. But, it seems like I keep hearing we're short-staffed, and I know we are. You're not exaggerating, and you're not lying about that. That's a fact. We are short-staffed, but when it comes to public safety, we need to figure out something. Burlington hired state police to have more presence. We have money in the reserve fund. When it comes to public safety and somebody being threatened, I would hope we would dig in and figure out how we can get some more law enforcement officers out there, not just hired on our payroll, but if we have to hire the police, the state police to come in a certain amount. There's something that can be done here besides saying we're short-staffed. That has been a reason. It's been so long, I find it now to be an excuse, and we got to do something. If somebody's life is being threatened over this, and we're not responding, you guys aren't doing your job. If that's what's happening, I'm sorry. You're elected to enforce the laws, rules, regulations, ordinances of our town. You took an oath to it. These officers are limited as to how much they can do in one day. They're working overtime. I know they're short-staffed, but we can hire in other help. If we want to just spend a little bit of money, we could dig some other reserve money, whatever. I think there's no excuse why we can't do something for the safety of our town. And I'm asking you to seriously consider something in that idea to get immediate results. I've heard this too many times in meetings about the homelessness, the drugs, the addicts, the overdoses, everything. We got to do something, people. That's my suggestion. I hope you do something quickly. I mean, if something happens, you're going to be pretty upset and embarrassed with yourself for not doing something. And I don't think you want to live with that. So please try to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's it. Okay, we're going to end public comment, and we will go to select board comments and announcements. If you want to start with Kim, and then we can make our way down.
I mean, I didn't have anything, but I will just mention in the interest of this discussion around safety is that the community safety review RFP has been posted and it's open until I think October 24th.
Yeah.
So be really interested to see if we get some proposals for that, and that will be a great opportunity to have some like real in-depth research around what community support and safety can look like in Hartford.
Mary, anything?
I don't.
Alan, you didn't? Rocket?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on this chat about public safety, which is Tracy, I would like to see a memo sooner than later. I don't think that waiting for a meeting for staff to come in, pushing it 2 weeks at a time, when we have citizens who are, I mean, I'm seeing this with my own eyes downtown. I know I'm not the only one. And if we can't do anything actionably right now, it is confusing to me because it is pretty clearly spelled out in the signs. And it is something that we are aware of on a personal level. So I sort of see it, with all due respect, as your position to interface between us and the staff. So if they're able to present something to you that you can summarize for us, I think it would be helpful for us to give us peace of mind in terms of interfacing with citizens and just knowing that we did do everything that we can, again, respecting the boundaries of our relationships here. But I think Mike is right that we would be very regretful as a board that we did not that we kicked, said, okay, 2 weeks from now, we'll revisit this when people are actively being threatened. I mean, I heard some violent stuff today downtown. And so it would just be helpful to have a memo summarizing that. So I feel very strongly about that. On a positive note regarding public safety, I guess on that, on that note, I mean, is that something I can get consensus behind the board to ask for? What is the proper way to make that request?
Well, it's just select board comments, so you can just comment and we'll take it up. I think it's important to hear from the.
Okay, that's fine.
Safety will be here in the
Yeah.
room next week on the 25th.
Yeah, but
we don't have to wait 2 weeks. I mean,
Remember,
they're all going to be here.
If
That's
you
fine,
hear-
but-
If you hear or witness violent things going on downtown, call the police. Make sure you.
No,
do
no,
that.
I understand
They're the
that.
ones who
I
enforce
understand
our
that.
laws.
I understand that, but also if it's a 7-day ordinance, right? Then every week is 100% a completed violation of that. So
Call the police and tell them.
no, I understand that.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the police are not a towing entity, right? They would call a towing entity. I think I could come up with a couple of solutions that the town could. I just would like to see resolution. I don't want to see us punt this and say, we ran through this mothball of red tape and nothing was solved and then people got hurt. I think that is not in the service of anybody. So I feel very strongly about that. On a positive note, with public safety, they had an open house that was really great. And I know that a lot of people went to that, and it was great to meet some of the new staff that we have. So that was really cool, and great appreciation to both departments there. And then I just sort of exciting news, positive news. I can sort of drag myself out of this there are a number of individuals who are running for office, statewide and national office, that I've invited the whole range of candidates to come and visit our community so that they could meet citizens, but also so that citizens could have the opportunity to meet them in the event that any of them win, and would be able to have their opportunity to have their voices heard. So starting on Thursday, Liam Madden, who is the Republican nominee for US Congress, he will be visiting on the 20th, which is Thursday. Next week, on the 24th, on Monday, Congressman Peter Welch, who's running for US Senate, will be here. And then it seems tentative, but possibly that Peter Welch's Republican competitor, Gerald Malloy, will be visiting the day after that. And then in conversation right now with David Zuckerman's team about a visit to town. So if anyone who's interested in that and want to meet candidates, I'll be posting that on the listserv and on the Facebook pages, just to advertise that as a way of being able to have more of a direct connection to the candidates who are hoping to represent us on a different stage. That's it. I guess as always, it's an honor to serve this town. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Rocket. Lanny, do you have anything?
Yeah, I got a couple things. I got to echo a little bit Rocket's concerns about our citizens feeling unsafe in their own homes and feeling unsafe in our downtown area. We've been kicking this thing around for far too long, and I think that action needs to be taken. The other thing that I wanted to comment about is that I had the pleasure of attending the staff recognition that took place, and talking to some of the staff that were there. They were wondering why it is that there weren't more select board members there. And we didn't get the word from the town manager about that. I ended up getting word from a staff member about that event. And it's unfortunate that when there's a staff recognition appreciation, that select board is not part of that process. I know from talking to staff as well, that there was ample opportunity for the select board to be notified. It was very disappointing to not have that notification ahead of time, to be able to have more members of the select board present.
Okay, thank you, Lanny. I don't have any comments. We'll move to appointments. We're going to consider the appointment of Carolin Hooper Goetinck to the Resilient Hartford Committee for a 3-year term beginning October 18th, 2022 and ending October 17th, 2025. We all have
And Carolyn is on Zoom.
Okay, let's bring Carolyn over. We all have her application in our materials.
Yep, I'm right here. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Great. So small correction. My first name is Carolin with a Y-N rather than Caroline. And the last part is Goetinck.
Goetinck. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
So,
and I don't know if you have any specific questions for me or.
Let's see if the board has any questions. any questions for Carolyn? Oh, Lanny?
Carolyn, were you part of another committee before this, correct?
Yes, so I was
That's what I
part
thought,
of
yeah.
the Climate Advisory Committee with,
it's coming
and that
back.
was dissolved. And because I am part of the Climate Action Steering Team and have been part of the creation of the Climate Action Plan since the beginning, in wanting to stay with the Climate Action Steering Team, I am moving, or I have asked to move to Resilient Hartford to be part of that group. Both because I'd like to remain as a Climate Action Steering Team committee member, and also because I am already involved in a number of the projects that Resilient Hartford is doing, including the food forests.
I remember having this discussion back when there was the dissolution. And I remember asking you to come on board another committee, so I fully support this.
Thank you. Kim?
Yeah, I have no questions about Carolyn's qualifications, but I do have a question for the town manager, which is that this was one that wasn't posted. Are there 2 openings in?
There are 2 openings in Resilient Hartford. It's up on their website. So they have a page. Everybody has a page. Every committee has a page. It was
It's
up
not
there.
on the vacancies page.
Hold on just a second. Let me click through. It should be on the Resilient Hartford page. We're still working on, and for some reason, the formal name of it when it started was Community Resilience Organization. So we have that we need to change, and it says the committee currently has 2 openings. This will fill one of those openings.
Okay, yeah, I think that the general list of boards and committee and commissions vacancies is not correct. So I guess I would just kind of make this a formal request to update that page.
And
Definitely needs to.
So if you go to government boards and committees, and then
you go to the main page for all of those.
you say, click here to view posted.
Got it.
vacancies.
Okay.
And
I was doing those on each page, but we can update that page as well, because you can see it goes to job opportunities. So it also has, do you want to be a deputy fire marshal or a seasonal ice rink attendant? Okay.
I mean,
We can
ideally-
update that as well over there.
Yeah, because these are several, I think, are out of date on this one.
Yeah. Let's update that as well. Even though we're trying to get them onto each page as we were getting notification about vacancies, which as we get them, we're updating it. So let me just email IT and send myself an email.
I might suggest that instead of a listed under job opportunities, I would say we should have a separate column for like volunteer opportunities.
It's a separate one for boards, committees and commissions. And
When-
there's some vacancies.
When
and
you
job
see it,
opportunities, but there's like a pull down for boards and commissions.
Yeah, when you see it, when you pull up the main page, it lists job opportunities. It'd be nice if there were like
Oh, job and volunteer.
Mhm.
job and volunteer, or job and
Okay.
volunteer. Because I don't want it just be, people see job opportunities. No, I don't want a full-time job with the town. I want to volunteer. So we need to change the heading of that to volunteer opportunities, or just put volunteer opportunities underneath it. So volunteer, or you could put boards and commissions opportunities or openings. That would.
Sorry, Carolyn, we're now in the
I know.
weeds with procedure and you want to talk about the climate.
Okay, and that was, but yeah, thank you for applying, Carolyn.
I make a motion. I don't have my, oh, here we go. I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Carolyn Hopper. I'm gonna
Okay.
butcher this.
Goetinck.
To the Resilient Hartford Committee for a 3-year term beginning October 18th, 2022, and the October 17th, 2025, with apologies for butchering your name, Carolyn.
It's not the first time.
I'm sorry.
No.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? No. Rocket and Dan absent.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Could I make a recommendation that you remind member Rocket to not leave the proceeding room?
I can, and I will. All right, so we'll go to town manager's report though next.
All right, let me just finish sending myself this email. There we go. Okay, we are really excited to provide for you an update on the launch of the HR information system, namely. This is really kind of one of the first times that the town has ever implemented something like this. So professionalizing, modernizing the workforce, and also making it easier for our younger staff members who are used to apps and texts and doing things on their phone to be able to do their work. Many thanks to Paula Nolte and Dylan Walsh for working on this. So the heavy lift is going on right now. We need to input and verify every town employee's information, and we're going to soft launch this. So we're not going to use this actually during open enrollment this year because we want people to get really familiar and comfortable with this. As you can imagine, the town has a wide broad of technology comfort levels in staffing, and we know that we have some folks that are pretty nervous about now having some sort of portal that they lock in when they've done paper things for the majority of their career. So we're going to walk those folks through it, make sure that they're feeling comfortable before we do something as timely as open enrollment. But we're excited to bring that next year because instead of a lot of paper forms, we're going to just have people click through and accept or change their insurance as they need to. We're going to begin using it for onboarding and other employment related documents first. So all of you know, as technically employees of the town, because you get paid as select board members, there's a lot of paperwork that goes into this process. So future uses of namely, time off requests, vacation accrual tracking, all staff training, and possibly even evaluation documentation. Those are the things that we can bring forth once we get everybody into the system. I'm also really excited that namely is going to dovetail with our climate action plan. It's going to allow us to reduce the use of paper in that process and our paper files. That'll be a slow, long process. As you can imagine, the HR files for the town of Hartford are extensive. But we can slowly begin to change that process for us and buy less paper, which is going up in cost. Acting Chief Connie Kelly has led her first budget process and managed some significant incidences in town. So we were able to reconnect on the police COLA increased funding. And we figured out that we will be able to appropriate that from the salary line item for police chief. We've had to go into a second round for that position. So we have funds allocated to that in FY23, but we really anticipate that anyone of quality is going to not be available until January or February because they're going to have to give notice to their current job and come onto board. And those things take time. So we are going to be using that allocation, and Acting Chief Kelly is preparing those forms, I believe, as we speak. Hopefully not as we speak. I hope it's 8 o'clock at night. I hope she's got her feet up. Speaking of the police chief search, the position is open for applications. And you can see that we brought State's Attorney Ward Goetinck, had some tea with Ward, and he offered to be part of the final round of interviews. That's when we would bring someone in to spend the day with all of us. We also, after my writing of this, added Joe Major and Miriam Ward have agreed to come on. This is especially important because the first round interview, we want to have as many people present as possible from the advisory group. But as we go into winter and the holidays, it becomes hard to get everybody in the virtual room at the same time. So we'll probably have a lot more folks kind of having to step in and out of those. And many thanks to VLCT law enforcement consultant Trevor Whipple. He's our biggest fan out there, and he is always pushing that Hartford would be a great place to be a police chief.
So let me stop you on that for a second. If I
Yeah.
see who is currently on the committee for the.
It is
process?
on the website. I would not have that memorized in a million years, but I can get you an email of that, or I get you the link.
Yeah, could you please email the board that, please? Yeah. So please twice. Look at that.
Hold on, let me write that down. All right. Some really exciting, interesting things is I recently met with JAM, formerly known as CATV Executive Director Samantha Green. One of their tenets of their work is civic education, civic engagement. So we are discussing that again, as we move forward in social media, more and more people prefer to watch videos instead of read a memo or read a report. So Samantha and I had a really great conversation about a series of short videos explaining how public meetings work, how town meeting cycle works, what all of your roles are, how the select board works in a Vermont municipality, reevaluation. Getting excited about it, Samantha even lobbed out that we could do how water and wastewater work, and how roads are built in the town. So many, many thanks to Samantha. That's a long-term project for both of us, but if you are out there and you see a great video from another municipality, or you think of someplace where we could use a explanatory video on how our process works, let us know. You got a link there to our own episode of Brave Little State. Thank you so much, Kim, for representing the town so well, and Lori Hirschfield. Some really great press there and for our local businesses. So excited to get out there and show people what they can do. You'll also see Lori right there. She recently headlined an article in 7 days about small town zoning codes. So that's also a little bit of a pack on the back of all of you. You've this board and the previous boards in my time here have been really positive in working with Lori to reform our zoning code. And that is great. That is the boring, unfun work sometimes, but it makes a huge difference in our ability to increase housing. So if you haven't read the article, please do. And here's just my own little pitch. The Hartford Trunk or Treat is still accepting applications, and they're also accepting donations of treats. As a parent, I have to say, feel free to not just give candy, but small toys and savory snacks. And please stop by and see me at the Trunk or Treat. I will be Glinda the Good Witch this year. Lisa, on to SIGAPs. Does anybody have any questions on that? No? All right.
Was namely, do you think it will, I know it might not be in the first phase, but is namely something that also we could use for board members and committee members and commission members, just to sort of have like a different status? And
I think there is a way that you can give people different dispositions. So we could keep track of volunteers. We could get push notifications. Let's say, somebody hadn't filled out the conflict of interest policy or the purchasing policy. And instead of getting a stack of paper and putting it on Gail's desk and typing up a list of who has and hasn't, you would get a push notification saying, Kim Souza, you have not docu-signed or uploaded your signed copy of the purchasing policy. You need to do that. So that would actually help too, just kind of streamline many of those processes where we're just sending out those emails or doing that work. And it would also allow us to say to someone, your volunteer term is up. Please reappoint, please reach out to your chair because your term as a member of the Parks and Rec Commission is drawing to a close in the next 3 months. And this is the process. So that would help too, because those types of push notifications are really helpful when we're trying to juggle so many balls.
Like a consistent method of maintaining people's information and contact. So, and then I'm curious I'm delighted to see the additions to the advisory group for police chief search. I'm trying to remember, you had some specific concerns around conflict of interest with the state's attorney.
Yep. And we decided that he would just come in as an advisor. He feels good that if we did have a candidate where he felt like there was a possible conflict, that he's so well-versed being a lawyer. And we had a conversation on a peer-to-peer of people who've dealt with conflict of interest a lot, that he would be able to recuse himself and feel like he was making a safe choice when it comes to conflict of interest. And that also coming in on the final round means he would just be acting as another voice of the folks that are looking at that final round, which is me, the HR director, police department leadership, and fire department leadership. So just wanted to make sure that if someone came up that he had experience with, that he felt comfortable knowing where his professional boundaries were as the lead prosecutor for the area. So always good to touch base on that. Quick SIGAX, I know we're running behind. If you did not get your ballot by mail, please contact the clerk's office. That is coming up and they will actually be closing early on Monday, November 7th to prepare for election day. On election day, you have to bring your ballot to Hartford High School and put it in the box yourself. We cannot accept them here. You can't hand it over the counter to me. You can't give it to Lana. You can't give it to anybody. So just want to put that out there. Many thanks to the police department. We missed a subheading on there, but you're going to see patrol responded to a reported home invasion involving a firearm, possible kidnapping, and they had an active shooter at the Comfort Inn Hotel since we last talked. Amazing work by all of them. Again, such high standards and high integrity. And just really thankful for everybody who was on those calls and worked together to keep everyone in those calls safe, including themselves. And the only other thing that Jeremy Delisle and the Highway Department would like me to remind you all that the leaves are falling before you call them about a clogged storm drain. If you feel confident and you would like to adopt that storm drain and scrape the leaves away, they would love that. They're doing their best out there, but with the rain and the leaves coming down, we do have a lot of clogs. So again, if you need a little extra assistance, if you don't feel comfortable grabbing your rake and scraping your storm drain, we get that. But also if you would like to get out there and scrape your storm drain, they would love that. Scott Hauser wants me to remind you again that we're accepting candy donations. So obviously we need a lot more candy. We can take that all the way up until I believe Friday evening of the 28th. So if you want to drop off some candy or little toys or savory snacks, please do so. The building's open every day from 8 to 5.
Great. Okay.
Can I quick request for if press releases go out, could the select board receive those? You should receive any press release. If we had a procedural failure, will you email me and let me know? I don't think we got a quick email Friday morning about the Comfort Inn thing.
Okay,
And then I didn't hear anything else until we read about it in the Belly News.
Okay, so let me check in with staff.
Yeah, I heard about it on the news. That's bad.
Yeah, so they should be sending it to you again. If that was a procedural glitch, I'll bring it forth. We're going to debrief on that incident in the next couple of weeks, and we'll bring forth kind of working on communication. I know we have some things we'd like to add to that in terms of getting information to me and to other department heads.
Thank you.
Lenny?
Yeah, we had a email from our finance director about the prior audit findings that needed to be addressed, the concern in there. Have you had a discussion about how you wish to proceed forward with that?
Our town council is writing you guys up an opinion, and I will bring that up with board leadership as to when that's done, when they would like to be brought up as an item.
So when you receive that, you'll pass that along to the board members.
I will I will bring it forth as an item so we can have a public discussion about it. So I'll probably work with Mike on scheduling that once that's ready for all of you. So that way you have an agenda item and some time to talk about it.
Okay. Did you miss that, Kim?
I think I might have missed it too. Like I saw the email about the audit. Ally mentioned something.
Yeah, well, I think it's the same. We got it last year as well. That's just related to.
It is the same finding that you had in the audit last year. So we're going to be working on that, but we'll bring it up as an item. So you have the time and space to talk about it.
When it has to be addressed, what does that mean that in terms of what is it that we need to do to address that? I guess that's the thing that I'm not sure about.
I've lobbed that one at the lawyer, and we'll get an opinion from Ed Adrian over at Monahan Saphir, and I forget what the D stands for. And once we get that, I don't influence our legal counsel. So I just gave them kind of what the topic that I needed them to deal with, and we'll see what their opinion comes back. And then we'll bring it forth as an item. Depending on the confidentiality, I'm not sure where that lies. I'll work with Mike to make sure that we're appropriately handling that.
Okay.
Yeah, Tracy, I was just wondering if there was an opportunity to get a revised version of the budget that we were supposed to review last week with Public Works.
So Fund 10 is done. Thank you, Lana, and double checked for typos. I'm gonna double check the other funds tomorrow for any typos, and you only had like 3 or 4, Lana, so you were a rock star of 9 key. And so I'm gonna check the other funds tomorrow for typos, and we should be able to release those Thursday.
Okay, so we'll get a new updated copy of that with the town manager's column.
Yeah.
Okay, and then with respect to next week's budget meeting, last meeting, I felt like we didn't have adequate opportunity to review it properly before we got into session. So if there's an opportunity to just have that material sent to us in advance, so we do have a couple of days to look at it, that'd be helpful.
I said Thursday for the new budget, and then the presentations, typically we do 9 a.m. on Friday. They're due to me by 9 a.m. on Friday, and then Lana pushes them out as an agenda packet.
And the new ones have both department head.
Yes.
Well, he said town manager and.
Well, the department head and town
Yes,
manager are
that's
broken out in separate
Yeah,
columns.
great.
There's
Yeah,
just been a
making
lot
sure.
of discrepancy in this process here, and I know we're adjusting on the fly. But I thought that last week there's an opportunity to have more clarity, especially on our ability to review the content in advance.
If you all would like the presentations earlier, please let me know, because
That's what
People
what
are-
I'm trying to do now. Yeah.
okay,
It would just be like, we didn't get the PowerPoint, and there were printouts that we got that were on our desks when we arrived, but not something that we received in digital format before the meeting. So we're put in this awkward position of having to review live while asking questions. It inhibits our ability to ask informed questions in advance, so.
okay. Would you all like the presentations earlier? I need you all to release, to give that some thought and make that decision, because then I need to go back to staff and rechange their due dates on their items. So for example,
Saying is presentations were fine. It's the lack of
okay,
the
that's gonna
material.
come to you guys on
Is that what
I
Thursday.
think that's what he,
Alright.
But,
Time for the presentation.
yeah.
Sorry, I
I
had
think that we're talking about 2 different things. That's
Well-
what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
the budget primarily is definitely something that we need broken out clearly with the columns that we can sort of look at with a couple of days in advance. As far as the presentation, that would be great for me as well. I understand if that puts different timelines on staff. So I guess I would defer to the rest of the board on that. I do think it would be great so that we can look at the numbers and look at the presentation and just really come in with as informed of kind of questions as we can. That way, I mean, these meetings are weekly and these meetings are long. So if we can be efficient by having the opportunity to review and ask questions beforehand, or at least prepare questions beforehand, I think that gives everyone the most fair opportunity to succeed.
Is Thursday not enough? I'm sorry. My apologies.
Val?
well, yeah, just to recap, because so it sounds like, sorry, Tracy, to ask you maybe to repeat yourself, but so there are gonna be revisions to the public works budget that'll be available on Thursday. No,
We've added the whole other column. Lana's
Great.
typed in 60 pages, right? All the way down. There's now a department head column and a town manager column. I completed checking for typos, because she had to hand 9 key that in today for Fund 10. So that's ready to go. Tomorrow I'm going to do the other funds. So 30, 50, 55, 60, 65. That should be ready to go back out to you all on Thursday. I can do a PDF copy, and or what we can do is print it out and have it for you at the front desk of my office. So that's up to you. If you have a choice and you would like to come pick up a hard copy, please just email me, copy Mike and Dan. Let me know when you're going to pick up a hard copy and we'll make that available to you. If you want to bring in your old binder, we can actually replace that for you. So we're not buying more binders. Now we're talking about the presentations. Typically those go to me due by Friday, 9 a.m. And they come out to you as soon as that happens, knowing that staff don't always hit Friday, 9 a.m. on the button. But I reserve my Friday mornings to review those, and then they go out to you as part of the agenda packet. If you all would like those sooner, I don't know that the 25th can necessarily happen. We can try our best, but that deadline's already been set. And I think police, fire, and HR are working against that deadline. If you would like for the November meetings, that deadline to change, we need to know that and have that information. So that way we can help people move their deadlines.
It seems like it's, oh, sorry, Mary, go
No,
ahead.
that's okay. I was just gonna say that the presentations I thought gave us plenty of time, because that's where I had talked with you last time. I found a few discrepancies in addition and everything. So there, you know, if it comes out on Friday, I usually spend Saturday reading it.
Yeah.
And that way it gives me ample time, but I think I agree with you about the budgetary issues. That takes a little bit more time. Especially.
I'm perfectly comfortable with getting the budget book replacement pages on Thursday and the presentation on Friday.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. This was something that had kind of happened in a piecemeal conversation from last meeting, and then
It's just a little guy.
so that this was something that we had discussed piecemeal last meeting, and then I think maybe in pieces, and so I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the same page as a board and clear about our expectations for what would be helpful for us in terms of next meeting, because I feel like we have to have another meeting with DPW, is that correct?
That's
Another
for
budget.
Which is,
Oh,
coming up.
that's the November first,
Yeah.
right? So I think in order to avoid us from having to do that, just making sure that we're on the same page, which sounds like we are.
Okay, sounds like it. All right, any other questions about the report?
You were gonna take a break.
No. One after, what do you guys think?
I could use one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna take one anyway, so
well,
if you want to take you on, I've got to take it.
well.
can we take a 5?
Yeah, we can take 5.
I don't want to need a break.
Let's take 5.
We don't even have snacks, so.
I know.
I don't know what you guys are gonna do for 5 minutes. There's nothing to eat. I have snacks, but you can't even get into my office. Calendar.
We're good.
All right, we're back from our break. So we've got just a few agenda items to finish up here. So the first is the select board training cycle, and I'll pass it to you, Cam. I think you provided us all with a memo.
Yes, and I just got some potential dates. Anyway, let me start at the beginning. I mean, one thing I would like to recommend to the board is that we go through the next 3 roundtable sessions that Abundant Sun provides as part of the next DEI training. As part of that additional recommendation, which would probably come like, so just more conceptually and not formally, so it's not in the recommended motions. I think whatever the board makeup is after March 2023, I would suggest going through the program of, there's an organization called Think Again that has another really interesting comprehensive equity programming. And that way, like, there will be several board members probably who will have then gotten to experience both of those organizations, and there might be then a general preference or a preference to continue to alternate throughout the years or to discover new organizations. So so one thing that I'm hoping the board will agree to do tonight is to engage in a contract with Abundant Sun for the 3 roundtable sessions that are titled Inclusive Leadership, Race Against the Machine, and Exploring Bias. Just today, I received some prospective dates that I don't know that we need to take the time to hash out tonight unless anyone wants to, or I can send a doodle poll with the dates that they've proposed. They are going into February. I was hoping that we might be, I was a little optimistic, but I think this will take us probably to like November or December, and then January, February, but at least we'll still be the same sitting board. I was kind of hoping it would all be in this calendar year, but it'll be in at least this this sitting board if we choose to do that. And then we talked a few times about establishing a recommended cycle of a calendar. So this is, again, it's not something I'm suggesting that we adopt or approve, but that we just kind of can have as a resource and use as guidance as we do go into this next calendar year. And then, of course, again, future sitting boards can decide to use it, not use it, or add to it, or delete, modify it in whatever way they see fit. But it could at least just be something that, potentially if next time there is a new chair, we'll have some more guidance than what we had, I think, going into this endeavor. So I've included that as an attachment. There's brief summaries of the Abundant Sun roundtable discussion sessions as well. And then in this memo, I just included, I guess maybe I will forward it separately as an email to the Human Resource Department so that they can just keep this on file as being like a folder. Does that seem appropriate? Yeah. Of course, it'll go to the town manager's office as well. But so that, and there's just links to a number of the different organizations that I did reach out to during this process, and that, so that there's a place to start. And I think, this is something that no matter what different kinds of tools or professional development that future boards are looking for, it can be just like a library of resources. And yeah, so I guess that is what I'm proposing. And if anyone has questions, I can try to answer or.
I think it was Ally and then Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Kim, for all, I know this is a lot of work and a lot of research and kind of putting together, and very also appreciative of like the draft calendar of just how to make this kind of a part of the year. I'm just curious, about the so the way that the contracting might work with Abundant Sun for these 3 roundtables, because we do have that grant out. That package was something that we included in our Vermont Community Foundation grant application. So just curious about like when we would find out from VCF about if we got that grant or not, in terms of actually like compensating Abundance on an appropriate timeline and where that's coming from if we don't know if we've gotten the grant yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably both answer that.
30 days, and I think it just went in, so we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, we probably won't until November. Tracy had, H. Corey had kind of provided some of the content for the answers to the application questions, and then Tracy was the one that formally submitted the application. But what wasn't included was a draft budget. So I put that together, was it yesterday or today?
Yeah.
Recently, so that they had written back saying, oh, we need the draft budget. And what I included in there was, I basically put it for, because we had requested $10,000, and I requested it for 3 Abundant Sun roundtable sessions plus 3 Think Again trainings. And so basically 6 overall trainings that came to a total of like $13,900, I believe, something like that. I could pull up this, so that budget isn't in here, but that was submitted as part of the application. And then that we would ask that the grant cover 10,000 of that, and the town's part would be the 3,900 plus paying select board members who submit for their timesheets for those sessions. So that was like another 3,100. I'm sorry, am I not answering your question? So we don't know for sure if we'll get it. We do have the funding, like we have at the last week I reached out to the finance director, and they said at this time we currently have $26,250 available in the fiscal year 23 budget. So whether we got the grant funding or not for this particular cycle, we have the funds to cover it, and hopefully the grant will be awarded. And when I was at town fair, whatever it was, last week or the week before, and sat in one of the general equity sessions, we were informed that there were still funds available as of whatever, October 7th. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, thank you for that overview. And I think just to close the loop, what I'm just wanting to make sure is that it sounds like in about 30 days, we'll find out one way or the other from VCF. Either way, it would be funded. But that Abundant Sun wouldn't need, like, this would take longer than 30 days to actually pay out to Abundant Sun. So do you understand my question? But that we wouldn't be putting the cart before the horse and saying like deciding how it's going to be. Sorry, I'm rambling because my brain is a little bit fried, but just that, never mind. I think my question is answered.
Well, and the first available date that Abundant Sun has available is November 22nd. Next one is January 3rd, January 31st. So it's likely that we'll know the answer of whether we got the grant funding or not before we even are able to do the sessions, and they won't bill us for them until
that is my question. Yeah, thank you.
Lanny?
So provided that in the chance that there is board turnover in March, how do we bring this training to catch people up to speed if there's new board members in the spring? How do we incorporate all this stuff?
I mean, I think it's just going to be a constant rotation, and I don't think it's necessarily this programming that we've been talking about isn't necessarily like a chronological thing that you have to do in order, like a training sessions in order. And in addition to that, I mean, there are now, VLCT, I think, and the state of Vermont have, I think, done some really extensive programming themselves, so that any new sitting select board has a lot of opportunities, even through that equity toolkit, to do some learning and understanding around diversity and equity as it relates to policy making and local leadership and municipal governance. So I don't think there is any way. This is a constantly transitional group of people at this table. So it's just going to have to be fluid and transitional.
So is there any way to get printed documents to be able to have available for someone that comes on the board new for this training that we have? Because there's a great deal of information that we're getting that if we pass along that institutional knowledge to someone that comes on board the board new. And I just question, it's great that we're going out and getting the grants for these trainings, With that said, are we allocating too much or too little funding for this based on the grants that we're able to receive?
Well, I think I mean, that's up to the board entirely, and I am not an expert at funding these things, you know, I mean, I would strongly advocate for continuing to fund the select board training line item, and historically, we've been, I think the last couple of years, we've been putting about $9,000 in there, which is how we now have the 26,000 available. So we do have a little bit of a cushion available, but I do think if we're able to stay on track with this kind of calendar cycle, and I do think, for example, I'll also suggest that when the new sitting board in March is in place, I will have a strong recommendation that we start with another communication training, maybe this time with Gabrielle Luke, so that we do have another, you know, like same thing with the, I think just establishing a real pattern of a couple communication training, couple diversity equity training, the town manager evaluation. I think having a facilitator was valuable, but it's up to the board if you don't want to.
I just see a team building workshop as being a very fundamental step forward. Also, I'll just face it, this board has been plagued with issues of trust and transparency. And we need to get some sort of a training on what there is for statutes that govern the board as far as for what our authority is, and what the town manager's authority is. And we need to have training sessions regarding that too. That's important to be able to get those things fleshed out as well.
Sure.
So
I agree that, I mean, I'm personally a proponent that the more kind of training workshops that we do together, the stronger, more cohesive we'll be as a board. Having said that, it is also like, I really hope that we all take advantage of the webinars and the workshops that VLCT does on a lot of these topics to begin with. I mean, there's a lot of resource there that any of us can tap into individually. But I agree. I mean, I think.
And I completely understand and support the idea of this type of training, but there's also very fundamental grassroots training that boards need that needs to take priority, in my opinion.
Well, this wouldn't preclude other training.
I know, but what I didn't say that. I'm saying that this is important training, but there are very grassroots training that we as a board and our leadership team needs to take advantage of as well. That perhaps we can reach out to VLTC in terms of training about conflict of interest, about authority, roles, and
Yeah, I mean, they do
responsibilities.
those all the time. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got, if we wanted to contract with them directly to do it,
Yeah.
like just as the town of Hartford Select Board. Then I think that's. and I-
Definitely be worthwhile to do
I
so.
do think that, sorry, Rocket, I know you had your hand up, but I do think, for at least one of these sessions, we should invite the school board to join us if the board's comfortable. I don't think we have to decide that now, but
Sure.
once we get the dates nailed down.
Is the school board having anything for training that we could tag along on?
Well, they do their community engagement meetings, which occasionally have had, you know, when Mary Gannon has come. And they've invited us to those, to a few of them. I think
Okay.
only 2 or maybe 3 that I know of that have been.
Ally?
Rocket, did you have?
I can go for it.
Yeah, I do think that some of that, I hear you, Lanny. I think that's important as well. I like something that I keep, wanting to just remind myself of and remind all of us is that, this kind of training is a recommendation from the strategic plan for equity and inclusion and is long overdue. So I don't feel comfortable saying, oh, we need to do other kinds of training before we do this kind of DEI specific training. I think this kind of training is fundamental to the work that we do. So, sure, if we want to have another conversation about other kinds of training around transparency and statute and process, absolutely. But I think, this conversation tonight is focused on DEI specific training, which is long overdue. So I'm just feeling that that urgency and that importance to move that forward and not say, we have to do one before the other. I think we need to do both at the same time.
Rocky, do you have anything?
Just there's a hand up when we're ready.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, a couple questions. The first is, I see a lot of mentions of broadly diversity and equity inclusion, obviously, and then race, but is this inclusive of the dimension of diversity across socioeconomic classes? You know, I always say, bring this up with H. Corey, or is this just more specifically around ethnic identity?
I think, I mean, I haven't done these trainings yet, so I don't know, but I think, Tracy can probably back me up. The first cohort session we had with the Abundant Sun for that Epic Journey program that we signed up for was like, it's fascinating. I mean, there's a focus on diversity and equity. That particular program is very data driven and taking into account all kinds of circumstances for different groups of people.
Intersectionality.
And it'll be interesting to say, I mean, like when we had that first communications training with Abundant Sun, it was very much just about dignity and respect in the workplace. And there are elements in which equity, race, diversity will come into these things. I think these are focused on particularly some of the ones like the one titled Race Against the Machine, if you looked at the description. But the facilitator that wasn't able to join us for that first session we did with Abundant Sun, Jude Smith-Kelly, she has some really interesting perspectives that I think you'll appreciate. In fact, when we were at the cohort and they were facilitating the session, I really thought things like, oh, like Rocket's going to appreciate this actually. So I mean, I can't say I haven't done the workshops myself.
Yeah.
I've had extensive conversations with the kind of the co-founders of the organization.
Yeah.
So I think it will be beneficial, but we will know more once we've gone through a cycle.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question that I have is that I always ask myself about this stuff is, I mean, in an ideal world, it's both and we do all the trainings and more. When I think about the fundamental nature of our job as select board members to serve the town broadly, obviously this is one aspect of the way that we write codes and review codes and enforce codes. But I also sometimes find myself having a hard time identifying the problem that we're trying to solve beyond just the continued betterance of ourselves as individuals and as leaders. And because it feels to me that a lot of, like, when I think about like week after week, all the meetings that we do and the topics that we cover, we only talk about race and diversity when we talk about race and diversity, but not in the function of the pipe burst, all the pipes bursting, or the budgeting, or the bridge, or VEMRs, or all these things. This issue specifically of diversity and equity inclusion never comes up, except when we specifically bring it up as a thing to study. And so I find myself like in this philosophical question of, with the opportunity cost of we only have so much time and we commit so much already to being good public servants, I do find myself wondering, is this something that needs to be done at the select board level and through these training cycles? Or is this something that we create as a resource for people to pursue in the event that this is the method by which they seek to better themselves?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to think, I'd like to think that once you have an opportunity to participate in these workshops, that you will be better able to answer your own question, because I do think everything is integrated. And when, when I asked the panel at Town Fair, I have, the question I often get is, why is the town spending so much time on social issues?
Mm-hmm.
And they basically just started to rattle off the chain of that, how it's related to the roads that are the state of the roads and the school system and the this and the that, like that. Basically, I think these facilitators will be able to articulate how you can reconcile those questions.
I would love to see like an outline of that, of the content and how, like,
Let's just do it.
It's also, we have,
it's several $1,000s, and then it's like 3 sessions, multiple hours. It just feels like a big commitment where there's not even like, if you were to sign up for a class, like you would get like a curriculum with a specific week by week outline of here's what the readings are, here's what the assignments are. And I just feel like there's not really that specificity with this where I feel like super enthused because it's not that I don't think this is completely not an issue, but I do think it's probably less of an issue in a town like ours, in a state like ours, than it is elsewhere in the country. Again, not to say that it's not an issue, but I do wonder what is the cost benefit, what the cost trade-off of pursuing this when I, as a colored man in town, do not necessarily, and I know my experience is unique to myself, but I'm not running into a lot of experiences where I'm seeing this as a true pain point versus things like budgeting and assessments and grand lists seem to come up all the time. So.
Ally?
Yeah, I mean, I have many thoughts on this, and I think we need to move through the process and have that experience. But I certainly, don't want to speak I cannot speak for any community, but just, knowing again that we have a strategic plan for racial equity and inclusion, which came about because of, various events and tensions and pain points, particularly for BIPOC community members that there are those pain points. And yes, we do, particularly around race in our community. And, it is interesting to sort of hear you mention, I'm not sure how much this is an issue in our community, because that's actually something that I hear a lot when we do have a predominantly white community and predominantly white state, when folks are like, oh, everything's fine. Because for a lot of white folks, myself included, a lot of folks in my community look like me. So I don't necessarily have those tensions with a lot of folks in my community. And yet, that begs the question, who are we not hearing? What perspectives are we maybe not hearing, are not as visible to us as they should be in these conversations? And I do think that the pain points are there. And then I think also what these trainings can offer us, your point around, we're talking about the budget, or we're talking about water main breaks. Are we talking about, race, diversity, gender, class, the intersections of those things when those issues come up? And if we're not, I would say, that's why I'm even, and it sounds like maybe we're not as much as we should. That's why I'm even more excited to dig into these workshops, because what they can offer us is that analysis to be asking those questions, because we should be thinking about why certain areas in our community may not be experiencing water main breaks versus other areas of our communities. That's a really important question, and equity needs to be at the center of that. So I just feel really strongly that that we should be moving forward.
In a town that's 94% white, it's like we don't have ethnic neighborhoods, so it seems unlikely that the dimension of public service is being distributed unevenly.
Before we get a little too far off topic here, Lanny and Kim, if you want, we have someone on Zoom who has their hand up, and then I'd like to vote on this.
I guess I don't want to get too thick into the weeds, but I guess I would like to sort of follow up on Rocket saying, usually seems like we have a lot of solutions that we identified, but I have not seen a lot of identified problems for those solutions. I'm not saying they don't exist, but it would be nice to have either from H. Corey or from another committee to have actual pinpointed problems for the training that we're getting. Because if we're not getting the training for the pinpointed problems, we're getting the wrong training. And that's, I'm not saying that, I know it's all interconnected, but what is the problem that we're trying to solve?
So two things. One of this is to actually implement the strategic plan, which is something we've all committed to as a select board. The other is I've taken trainings like this for my work, and I go into it. Sometimes I'm skeptical, I'm like, what am I doing here? But just the fact of what you learn, it gives you a new perspective, and you learn a lot of things about yourself, about things you didn't know before, that are very helpful when you're legislating like we are in this position. We don't need a particular, oh, this is a particular community in town that's being discriminated against, so we need to do this. It's just good training, and I think necessary training, not only to implement the strategic plan, but because it makes us better select board members and legislators.
So you've referenced the strategic plan multiple times. So what is it the strategic plan has identified as a weakness in the
Well, I
town? of
believe
Hartford?
part of it, well, Kim knows,
I
more than
mean-
me. I might.
It's a lack of depth of understanding about being a local municipal leader with knowledge of, I mean, I don't have the plan.
What are we doing wrong? That's my question.
Let's do the workshops and find out.
I
And
was-
also, I mean, things, have you,
But can
I
we
mean,
get a,
we
just,
don't
can we get a bullet pointed curriculum of what it entails?
I can ask, I can.
That's
certainly
just,
ask.
there is nothing in that, in like the 6 pages, right? So that,
Guys, that's a brief overview, I'm pretty sure. I mean, didn't we do this last time when we got handouts stuff? This is.
I don't
we
know, I
need
just feel like
to-
if it's $2,000 a meeting, it's
If
like,
you- if you
well,
think
what are
it's-
we gonna
If you
talk?
think it's a waste of our time, vote against the motion. That's what I would say to anyone who thinks this is not a good idea. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't think Rocket's saying it's a waste of time.
Or
What
money.
Rocket is, or money. I think what Rocket is saying is it would be nice to have an identified problem that we're
Yeah.
trying to find a solution for. Not that it's a waste of time
You don't need
or
an
money.
identified problem to have communication and
there-
and diversity training.
But can I?
Yes,
actually,
Kim and Ellen,
I agree,
and then
we're
let's
gonna
go.
wrap this up, because we can continue this conversation as always offline too. I'm very happy to do that. And I'm not an authority on anything. But if you have watched any of those videos in the equity toolkit on the VLCT site that I keep strongly recommending, one of the things we talk about is the desire for increased diversity in communities, and it's not only about recruiting diverse community members to the town of Hartford, but it's retaining people of color and people of ethnic diversity to stay in our communities, which Vermont in general is terrible at.
But why?
But what are we
Let's
doing?
talk about it. We cannot, this is not. a
This
time
is
to
not
do it.
appropriate for right now.
I just
I'm
think-
gonna call the question in a second, if we don't move on from this, all right? This is something, we can take it offline, we could have people from H Corey come in and explain, try to answer the questions that you have. Alex?
Just, I hear you, Mike, and just want to just as a wrap up, the fact that we're asking questions around what are the problems here is exactly the reason that we should be, and diversity, equity, diversity, inclusion workshops are one of many, many steps to take. This is a baby step, in my opinion. This is the least that we can do. The fact that we are asking the question and the problems are identified in the strategic plan, and there are more. The fact that we are having this conversation and asking those questions and unclear about the problem is precisely why we should be doing this.
I think the problem is that minorities are being tokenized and we're not animals for a petting zoo. And we should be judged on the content of our character, not the color of our skin. And I think that hyper focusing on this,
Have you read the strategic plan?
yeah, I have, but I wasn't part of the making the strategic plan, and I would have advocated against the inclusion of this in the strategic plan.
We saw the handout and then we're gonna move on.
All right, Mike Morris, go right ahead.
Good evening again, folks. Thank you for your time, and Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. Training, select board training and everything else. I'm sorry, it starts from basics. VLCT prior to the COVID, you had the classes you went to. I attended one. I left there with a VLCT handbook, and I have a quick question from every select board member. How many of you have that VLCT handbook available to you immediately or own one?
I do.
Do all of you have
On
one?
my computer.
Do all of you have one and read it?
I do.
No,
Some of us don't because they maybe weren't aware it exists. It looks like
Okay,
4
okay,
or 5 of us did.
okay. That's an example of what I'm leading up to is that I think we have select board members that run for whatever reason they run for, but they don't understand what they're really running for. And then they don't find out what the job is all about. In the last 2 years, I have witnessed, well, I'll give an example, 2 select board members resigned. And a citizen who is now a select board member had to bring to the attention of the board and the town manager that we had to have a special election, they had to have it. Not it was an elective, we had to. Reorganizational meeting, a citizen had to bring it forward because the chairman did not know the rules. And I think we need to get back to the basics. Every select board member should have that VLCT handbook, whether they have a class or not. And maybe some of the senior select board members go over it and review things with them and talk about things. we are missing a lot of the basics here. You're supposed to be administrators of our town. Then we work on the social matters. Really look into it. We aren't even handling our budgets properly. We're not handling roads properly. They're just general administrative things that is not being handled properly. Basics. Then we get on to the other stuff that you want to deal with. But every board member should have that handbook. They should be asking questions. They should call VLCT. I used to, as a member, call VLCT and ask questions when I had when another board member might not have had the answer. We don't have that anymore.
I do.
Basics. So
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So is there something more? Mike?
He didn't meet him.
No, David.
Just making sure, Mike, if you have anything else to say, we still have the floor. It's okay, put his hand down. All right, Lanny, and then we'll.
So I just tried to, went on our website and tried to find the strategic plan for equity inclusion, and there's only a blurb that says recommends town of Hartford enter into joint collaboration municipal equity planning organization, develop community-based strategic plan for equity inclusion. So tell me where in the strategic plan it says what the problem is.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Please Google these. Please go to the website and Google strategic plan for equity inclusion and tell me where they identified. Where it's identified in there what the problem is.
I would say read the plan.
There's not one. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? There's okay, guys.
I mean, there's one in the document center.
I just pulled it up. Strategic plan for equity and inclusion only says what I just said.
No,
It's a
if you go to the one that says inclusivity and equity strategic plan, April 2020, under H4 documents in the document center, it's the entire plan. And it's not going to list like a bulleted list of problems.
Okay, so under document
There are
center saying,
recommendations in the plan.
Okay, I'm willing to take a motion on this one. Page 15 and 52.
Um,
Yeah, Ellen?
Mr. Chair, and it seems like we have multiple motions, so I'll make this first one.
Mhm.
I move that the select board enter a contract for 3 2-hour DEI focused roundtable sessions with Abundance Sun for a cost of $6,900, and that the chair sign any documents required to execute the contract.
Second.
I second the motion.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Discussion. It's been seconded.
you can still discussion.
Go ahead.
Oh.
After second, you can discussion, yeah.
I'm gonna abstain from this, but I would love to see a specific outline of the content that we are subscribing to, the plan for the curriculum.
Don't, I mean, if you choose. Abstention sort of a cop out, so
Oh,
you take it as what you want, but.
all right,
Right.
we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Nay,
Lanny and Rocket, did you abstain?
I'm saying,
Okay, so Lanny, no, Rocket abstention. All right, we have a second motion along with this item.
I'm happy to make this motion.
Okay.
If it's okay with it, it's my memo because.
Yeah, that's fine.
Recommendation. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I move that the select board fund an annual training cycle for select board members in the fiscal 20-year budget in the amount of $14,000 and for town administration and staff of $15,000.
We have a second.
Can I just make a friendly amendment? Kim, I don't know if you said fiscal year 24, so just, I know it's in here, but I don't know if you actually spoke it, so
Oh,
just,
maybe.
just for the record.
Yes,
Yeah.
I meant to. That's what I meant to say.
All right,
And I would second.
and we have a second from Alan, discussion.
can you restate the motion again, please?
I move that the select board basically fund in the 2024, the fiscal year 24 budget. The amounts of $14,000 for select board training and $15,000 for town staff training.
For what?
That's the little stars are. So select board, DEI training, 10,000, communications training, 2,500.
What pages on the,
It's on 15.
I'm getting there. I've got it open here. I can
I
just
get
look.
it right here, Bailey.
Rocket,
We'll wait for you to scroll.
please.
It's this, Lanny, it's the second motion, below the one that I just read.
Also, and it hasn't been seconded, right?
I seconded it.
It was seconded, so for discussion also, we don't have to, I mean, I guess now that there is a motion on the table, we could vote on it, but this can also be discussed when we go through the budget on the select board section of the budget.
Yeah,
But
it's all-
I wanted to basically propose this as a recommendation instead of just bringing it up when we're going through that budget item.
Sure.
We're still under discussion.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused now, but you're moving that we fund it, not moving that we make a recommendation for the budget and cycle, correct?
So we'll vote on this, whether to put this in our budget as the training and stuff. And if we revisit that at the upcoming meeting and we decide we want to change those numbers or do something else with them, we have the opportunity to do that as well. But this would just put it in as a placeholder. So when we see our budget, we see that this is in there, it's money for training. And at that point, we can decide whether we're still good with it or if we want to tweak the numbers.
Okay, so it's really a moving that the select board consider funding an annual training cycle, or what does it mean by fund?
No, I'm saying that
I'm just confused by what you just said in discussion, I guess.
that I wanted to put this forth as a recommendation.
Okay.
And we can do it in the form of a vote, but then ultimately it is true, like when we are looking at the actual budget line items for training for both select board and town staff and administration, that could be modified.
Good.
But basically, I wanted to put forth the intent that I think we need to fund training.
We still under discussion.
Yes, we are.
Is it my turn?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm gonna vote no on this for the same reason I voted no on the other one, mainly because I think we're getting a substantial amount of grants, and I think there's grants out there available for this. And also, I think that we have a lot of training that we can get without spending a great deal of money. And also, I want to see more of a targeted, a target that we're aiming to, I guess, eradicate or solve.
Problem.
Yeah. So I'm going to vote no again.
Okay.
I'm also gonna vote no. I think well, the communication training we did was great, I thought, and so was the time manager evaluation facilitation. I thought those were great too. I'm just not super sold on. I don't even know what DEI means, I guess, because I'm asking this question about what dimensions of diversity we're talking about, and that has not to this day been answered to me in a way that I feel comfortable with. So insofar as I agree that I'm not really sure that this is solving a problem that I know to be
present.
Well, I think there is some degree that the problem is real, but I do think like I would rather see training earmarked for making sure that we're financial budget wizards and that we really understand the functioning of the governance of any municipality. So I think it's a little too pork barrel earmarked for me.
Okay, I want to follow up, say something that just because I'm voting no on this does not mean that I don't believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to make that very clear, but I just want to see targeted approaches to problems, and not that I am against diversity, equity, inclusion in any way, shape, or form.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so Laney and Rocket, no. Okay, and so our next item is Ideal Vermont. Tracy, if you could tell us about this.
Yes, Ideal Vermont is a coalition of Vermont municipalities dedicated to advancing racial and other forms of equity across the state through shared learning, tangible actions. It's a multidisciplinary team of state agencies and local municipalities. So we will be able to participate in workshops, technical assistance, offer grant opportunity, and facilitated spaces. We have been invited to participate in this program. We are also part of the cohort of welcoming and engaging communities sponsored by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. So your board packet had some information about these two programs and how they work together to support towns on a path to a more inclusive state. The town can have 1 to 2 people in addition to the town manager participate in Ideal. I would like to reserve one of those spaces for a member of the department leadership team as a later date. Ideal is open to that. And I'm here tonight to ask the select board to nominate a member to participate in the program alongside me. Happy to answer questions as well as I can.
We have discussion. Does anyone want,
Yeah, so I'm gonna start right off by saying that if we're gonna have something like this, obviously, select board member Rocket and myself are the ones that don't understand this whole concept. So if there's gonna be somebody pointed to this, it's somebody that can take the most out of this. Having someone that's all on board with this stuff, such as Kim or Ally, is sort of a waste of our ability to advance what you're trying to do within the town.
Maybe I don't want to go.
You don't want to go?
You can-
Well, I'm just saying that it's,
want to go.
Kim?
I think, Mary, did you express some
I
interest
did,
in this?
I did, but I
was
That's
also
fine.
said, if there was anybody
yeah,
else.
yeah, Mary wants to go. I'm supportive of it, but I just think that we have a lot of resources in Kim and Ally that are geared toward this, and they certainly don't need more training on this.
I do.
You know,
We always do.
Training never ends.
We always do.
So I'll take a motion to have Mary on, though let's hear from Rocket and then.
Well, I just struggle with all these things because I think when you look at proportional need and you look at proportional response and effort, this is my whole thinking with all this. I was looking at poverty statistics in Vermont. There are twice as many people who live under the poverty line in Vermont as there are people of color.
Yeah.
And we know too that the poverty line is set at a grossly low standard, right? We also know too that because of systemic racism and because of systemic issues that ethnic minorities are disproportionately affected by socioeconomic adverse outcomes. So I do sometimes wonder where I say, like, is this the right angle? I mean, these are things I care about. These are things that I want to see progress on, but I just wonder sometimes even it's all, I'm not saying we shouldn't participate, right? We should participate in dialogue with other communities, but I just wonder, I get concerned that these are so myopic. It's so narrowly focused on a problem that could be examined from a different angle and benefit the same people that need to be benefited and more people who need to be benefited that are not being benefited. And so I'm concerned about the focus of our community.
So this is an existing coalition of towns
I
working
understand.
with BLCT. We have a select board member who has shown interest in doing it. So there's no other obligation on any of us. So I'd be happy to take a motion to put Mary on.
I do have a question. What is the financial impact of the town for this?
Nothing.
No.
It's just a work group with other municipalities.
So, but there is a cost to the town if Mary decides to put in for payment for this course. or
It's not a
part of
course.
Or part of this participation.
There's no,
If-
There's a financial cost every time we have a special budget meeting or something,
I
you know?
understand that.
I mean, it just is what
So-
it is. This would be good. This is a coalition that, we think Hartford, probably should be in, and Mary's interested. Ally, go ahead.
well, I mean, it's my understanding that, looking at the materials in the memo, that there's not, again, and this is, we're not talking about necessarily more DEI workshops, like this is a different, and I do think that what's in our agenda packet is very helpful around explaining how the EPIC series is related but different than this Ideal Vermont coalition that we're talking about. So my understanding is that there's not a cost to us in terms of money. Sure, there's a cost in terms of the amount of time and the commitment, but that I personally feel is very worth it, and would be excited to have Mary, if she's willing, commit that time. And the idea being that this coalition is something that we're a part of for the long haul, so that, eventually, and I reached out to, what I wanted to share was that I reached out to Susanna Davis, who's the executive director of racial equity for the state, whose office is supporting this, to ask, what are kind of the ideal criteria, if there are any, for representatives for this coalition. And just to offer this context, if it's helpful, She shared that two of the overarching goals are to move from theory into action and to bring towns closer together in having a shared understanding of the issues. For that second piece, for that second one, we definitely anticipate having some members who are well versed in the topic and others who are very new to it, and that's completely okay. We don't need towns to come in with an advanced knowledge of equity when they join, but we do require them to have an advanced commitment to moving the needle in tangible ways. If that's helpful context. So yeah, if Mary, you're interested, I'd be delighted to support that.
Jen?
And can there be three representatives, Tracy? Like, is there?
It's me and 1 to 2 others. I'd like to reserve one of those spaces for a department head at a later date after budgeting. And Susanna and I spoke about that, and she's okay with that. She understands that they're under a lot of pressure right now to get their other priorities functioned. So that's why there's one space. I'd like to offer one space to the select board and have a department head.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I nominate Mary Erday to participate in the Ideal Vermont program.
I second.
Natalie will second. Any discussion? Rocket?
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain from this one as well. I think Mary would be fine representative of our town to this, and just reading it on surface seems fine, but I think my concern is like more of like a broader philosophical question, which is, as a minority in Vermont, are processes like these hyper focus on things that divide us and make us different? Are these the best step forward for us? I don't know. And I have a fear that this is kind of like a step in a process that ends up going central to this coalition, then back to all these municipalities, and then pushing more conversation in ways that I'm not super convinced that this is the best thing for my ethnic minorities. And I don't know, there's something about it that just makes it uneasy that I haven't been able to really sit through properly.
Mary, then we'll vote.
My daughter went to a conference this last Friday down in Boston for UX design. And on the way back, she and I were talking in the car. And I mean, I was just amazed at 3 out of the 7 sessions she attended for people who are spending their time working, designing, researching, had to do with equity, inclusion, accessibility as well. And one of them was on AI and the lack of equity, inclusion in design of artificial intelligence. And it just kind of blew my mind to start thinking about, and she, even down to colors that are used on things. So I, more and more, I think sometimes it's we aren't aware of it is the biggest problem. And I'm not saying that the hyper focus is not good, is good or not good. But what I'm saying is I think that sometimes with an awareness comes more understanding, and it's ubiquitous. It's all around us, and sometimes we don't even notice it.
Well, I do understand that, Mary, and
Yeah.
I mean, there's a really great book called Invisible Women that talks exactly about
Mhm.
this, but from a gendered perspective.
Mhm.
But again, I stand and maintain that I'm not convinced that this is the right approach to
Mhm.
solving that. I think that there's so few things that we do as a municipal body or as a legislative body, as a select board, that have to do with separating things even by any class of any sort. I mean, really, we're looking at things from a pretty high level view of road mileage and things that are pretty technical in a community where there are other dimensions of discrimination that are vastly more prevalent, in my opinion, statistically, than and inequities that are vastly more present than race. And so I wonder too where the focus is on that, and where we distract ourselves by doing this. Where I had a conversation with Elaine Wang, who's the city manager or the mayor of Winooski, Chinese American. about this, and she and I have slightly different perspectives on it, but there is something to be said of, isn't just us serving as a person of color in a community in and of itself a statement to say that what we are capable of, and that and isn't there almost a pursuit of a noble existence in that each of us in our own right is demonstrating our capacity, and not necessarily separating that out to this narrow dimension of something that is societally defined and also blurry. I don't know. So that's just, I wanted to enumerate my concerns. It's not that I think this is a terrible thing. I think the spirit of it, the intent of this stuff, I'm good. I'm just not sure that this.
Okay, Kim, but then we have to vote on this.
Sure.
We're getting beyond
I
the
just wanna
scope
say
of our
that-
motion.
Sure.
That that same representative, Winooski Elaine Wang, was one of the panelists at one of the town fair equity and inclusion, and I don't, my impression of what she was communicating was not anything like what you just described.
Okay. We will call the question. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I voted aye.
Okay, Lanny voted aye. Rocket, did you
I
abstain?
abstain.
Okay, so all in favor, Rocket abstention. All right, so the last main item here is the cannabis, an update on the draft process and what our policy, what our applications will look like when they come to us. So Tracy, I'll turn it over to you.
Yep, so like the background says, back in July, you all adopted a resolution establishing the select board as the local cannabis commission. Since then, many of you attended the webinars. We've had lots of back and forths with the state level CCB. And since then, we've developed a draft policy. It is intended to mirror the town's current liquor policy. However, our authority between liquor and cannabis are different. So we were just trying to maintain the same cadence and procedural process. So that way it's a little easier on the clerk because they're really good at the liquor licenses right now. Like I say in my background, we do have very limited authority to regulate local cannabis operations. So please keep that in mind as we have this discussion tonight. The discussion offers some reminders about the process. All potential cannabis establishments must first apply to the CCB. And that's a pretty extensive application with an operating plan and background checks and personal information, including, a variety of plans for the business. And the CCB is responsible for determining if that application is approved. Once that is determined, is received and approved by the CCB, they notify us as the town, and that information has the name and principles of the business. We're still seeking clarity on the location information related to the licensees. We aren't sure at what point it might be privileged or confidential. So that's still something that, as you see these applications come forward, we'll let you know before the first one what that answer is. So if you see some things redacted, we'll make sure to keep you in the loop of the guidance that we've gotten. We're in the same place as every other town, basically. And we're all right at that line where we're trying to figure these things out, as is the CCB. So some changes, please note that unlike local liquor applications, there is no background check from the Hartford Police Department. We've been advised by legal counsel that public safety is in the purview of the state for cannabis establishments. Local liquor control laws from the state give that authority to the town, which is why we can request that for liquor. So that is a state drawdown that we do not have for cannabis. However, fire prevention inspections are a state level requirement, so we will be conducting those in line with all other similar businesses. In order to facilitate our conversations as we bring these forth, I'll be providing a short cover memo before they go before you, so that way we can help everyone remember what your role is, what you have and do not have authority, and possibly even provide for you some proposed motions, so that way we make sure that we don't overstep or understep where we're supposed to be going. Second reminder, the cannabis control, local cannabis control commission approval is separate from any local zoning or permitting approvals. Those are handled in the same manner as all other similar businesses through our planning and development offices. So that will be an entirely different stream. We are solely looking at the application from that perspective. So as you can see, I attached the policy for all of you. I hope you had a chance to read it over. Many thanks to Lori Hirschfield and Lisa O'Neill for looking this over and thinking through the process with me. You'll see that we have a section in there for renewal applications. We may come back to you with a revision depending on how renewals go. Nobody's renewed because nobody actually has one. And you got your signature page, and then we have your application information, which is what you will see when people bring forth this to you. Lisa O'Neill from the clerk's office is going to manage this process for us, and she has developed a cover letter for this for any applicants, reminding them of their requirements and where we will need them to contact other departments for land use, water and wastewater, and fire prevention issues.
So we're trying to get basically as much info in the applications as we have in the liquor ones, but the state's gonna preclude us from getting some of that, like the background checks.
Yeah, the police background check is one that.
That will be done when someone applies at the state level of the Cannabis Control Board.
Correct. Yeah, because the state has to do that approval. It has to be approved at the state level before it will come down to us.
Yeah, but we just won't see the background check.
We will not.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Tracy? Lanny, then Ally?
So if the local Cannabis Control Commission denies an application, does the individual that's applying the application have the ability to appeal to the state and the state override our decision?
That information goes back to the state, and that is an email that I have out as to what that next step is. I know that, having been through liquor with all of you a couple of times, there is that back and forth between the state and the town. My understanding currently is that both of these have to be a yes for this to move forward. Now, whether or not that becomes a negotiation, like many of us saw with a liquor issue that we had last year, that's where we need to get a little bit more clarity from the CCB. They're usually pretty timely in getting back to me, but they probably have a lot of questions going on.
I just see this as something that we're taking on to approve a establishment without a whole lot of information. It comes down from the state to do so. I guess I have a problem with that. Without our police being able to verify things for us. Not like we're going to have a cannabis establishment in every corner of the town, but to me, it doesn't really give us a lot of authority or a lot of reasons to question the legitimacy of someone applying for a permit to have an establishment here.
I think that's the intent of the state, honestly.
Not to allow us to have any input.
Well, we're allowed to make a decision to allow it or not, but we're just not going to get the same amount of information, and we're getting as much as we can. We chose to be the local Cannabis Control Board, and we're getting as much as we possibly can on our applications, but there's just going to be a limit that's set by Montpelier.
Any board we put together in the town would have the same issues that, constraints passed down from Montpelier. That's the problem, is that I get we have to go ahead with this. I just have a big problem with the fact that we're not gonna, it seems to me like we don't have a lot of information to make choices on, but
I think we get as much as we're allowed to get.
We either have to go ahead with this, or we're not gonna be able to have a cannabis in the town of Hartford.
I mean, the background checks are vetted at the state level. We don't have access to it. I mean, I understand. Yes, go ahead.
Just to say about the background checks.
So just can you identify yourself? Yeah.
Sorry. The background checks, they're $450. They're essentially FBI background checks. Are extremely expensive. So it's actually more than what's needed for a liquor license. And it needs to be done for any principles.
One of the things that I like about the process, though, of having our local authorities give us a background check is that I know that people have issues with it, but if someone's had like a DWI or if they've had a domestic issue or whatever, that to me is something that stands out as a nonconformity. Someone that's not willing to conform to the rules and regulations of society. And I like to be able to see those kind of things locally come down to me. And as a state, if the state does a background check on you, or if the FBI does a background check on you, okay, or anybody this, and I'm not pointing at you directly, Miriam. So, but if someone that applies for a permit and they have if they've had a DWI, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a terrible person, but it does mean that they're not able to conform to the rules of society. And if they're not able to conform to the rules of society in terms of drinking and driving, what faith do I have in that person being able to conform to the rules and regulations for cannabis establishment within
I
town?
don't necessarily disagree with you, and I'm learning this process just as Tracy is and everyone else, but my understanding is you wouldn't have the authority to use that for a reason to deny me or anyone else a license. The authority that this commission has is really, really limited.
And that's what bothers me, though. That's the problem that I have, is that I don't have the ability to say that whether you're going to live up. There's nothing to me that says you're going to live up to the rules and regulations that have been placed in your care, because I don't have the background to know whether you've done something that is not
That's true.
conforming.
I just have to go with the faith that the Cannabis Control Commission has kind of made this before.
Yeah, their requirements and mine might be a little different.
Call Coach and Becca White. They're the ones who can argue for that. Yeah. Mary?
Oh, Lanny, I know you were at the same meeting that I was, and Kim was too, and I thought I was almost blown away by the list, and I was looking for it, but it must be in my notebook at home. But the list of things that someone has to go through, it's really stringent. I was just, there must have been about like a whole alphabet of things that they have to do, down to, when the doors are locked and no door out this way and everything. And I was, it's pretty strict.
That says about what they're going to do when they have an establishment. That says nothing about their background.
Well, I think, gosh, if it goes through the state first and they're gonna do their thing, I just think, it's like, okay. Sometimes a kid drinks and is caught when he's 15 years old, 14 years old, but you don't, when they're 28 years old and applying for something.
That's a juvenile record we would know. Guys, okay.
Ally, you had a comment?
I got a question. So on the application itself, it says a license will expire 1 year from the date that is issued. Is that 1 year from the date at which it's approved at the state level or the local level?
The local level would be the second date on that list, so it would be issued. So we can provide clarity issued at the local level. My understanding, Miriam, I'm looking at my fellow knowledge holder walking this path along, is to, if that goes back up to the state, we may consider that date. So if you approve it, say, late on a Tuesday night, October 18th, and it takes the state 3 business days to get back to that applicant and say, you've completed this entire process, we heard from the town of Hartford, we likely should consider that later date as being the more effective date. So we can add that into the policy.
Yeah.
You're done.
And then I just had a tiny, this doesn't offend me at all, but my first name is misspelled on the signature page. So
Oh
if
my
for the
gosh.
record, that needs to be corrected.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to know that. No worries.
Thank you. If you don't change it to somebody we could pronounce. I mean, God.
I know it's either the first or the last name, one of the two that gets misspelled, but thank you.
And sorry, I did not get my questions in ahead of time, but
Just a joke.
is there the opportunity to have some sort of modest application fee?
There is not.
Really?
Yeah, we were looking at that, and so was Winooski, and we got told no.
Wait a minute.
That gets paid at the state level.
The
They-
state is charging 10 grand for a license fee, and this town can't have a license application fee whatsoever?
That's the law. There's no change in that, lady. It's just the.
I
it's
don't make
just
the
way it
law
is.
and I don't run for elected office.
I know who I'm not voting for.
Kim, do you have further questions?
Yes, just two kind of more like format things, so.
Unbelievable.
Is it possible that like this application as well as any other just like other applications can be accessible digitally on our website?
Let me see what we can do. That is a goal for me. I'm not sure the exact process to get this through, say like Adobe and make it a fillable form. I don't have any experience with that. So I would and I don't know who on my staff has experience. So it might be the blind leading the blind, so to speak.
I mean, like I feel like we should have all applications accessible online on our brand new town website.
We are on the same page with that. Let me reach out to IT and see what we can do. We might have to start with the newest applications and start working back into older ones because we have some that are very ancient.
Okay. And then I don't know if this is just how it was scanned into the document, but like the policy currently is not searchable just in this agenda packet. Like once it makes its way onto the town website, which I hope it does, can it be in a searchable format?
Yes. So when you open them up in Adobe, you just have to click a button saying that you want text recognition, and the Adobe searches the entire document for text recognition. And that's where you get the searchable function.
Okay.
So when these are put together as one PDF with multiple PDFs, we can talk about that internally to see if that's something we can do with this large of a document. I think it's doable.
Okay, and then ideally, we've got our new flag policy, we have our new, this is a new policy. It would be great if there's a consideration of looking at those templates for policies that.
Yeah, I bring you all drafts for signature, but then we can then put them into the nice template. And that is on my to-do list, is to do the flag policy and this one, if you approve it tonight, into that nice template that Sarah Campbell so helpfully created for us.
Because that would be, I guess that would be the other question on this is the, we're talking about policies and ordinance and who enforces them. Like, I think that was something, and I think when you next come to H Corey, we're going to talk about this, that like looking at who's responsible for being explicit in the policy, who's responsible for enforcing it. And my policy is sort of more like an inward facing, this is how we're processing, where an ordinance is more public facing. Is that accurate?
We're ending my ability to have deep conversations about these sort of things in terms of how late it's getting. Generally, yes. But if we want to do some education and you all want some handouts about how we can structure all of this, I'm happy to do that work, because you would even see things that wouldn't rise to a policy level if this is how we process a refund.
Yeah, but I guess
that
just
so ordinances go through an entire public process, right? We have to warn them, we have to put them in the newspaper, and that is really outward focused on the overall strategic goals of the board and the big picture items that the board wants to kind of function as the core of the town. Policies are, you all can vote on them and bring them forward, which says this is how we want to administer this.
Right.
So, you get liquor, you get this, we have an ancient social service appropriation policy. And that means that the board is directing kind of a smaller yet still important process.
Right. I think that's.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. Just one question. Do we have any permits in the pipeline or applications in the pipeline that are going to come to us soon? Or sometime?
Last I heard from planning and development, they've got a couple in the pipeline that sounds like they're going through the state process as well at this point. But I need to check in on that.
Yep, great. All right. Yes, one question from Rocket, and then we'll just take a motion.
Quick question for Miriam. I was wondering if you had a perspective on any of this that you wanted to share, that maybe or you were just here to maybe answer questions for us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I did want to give you.
For my own acknowledge too, I think we're all kind of going through this together. It's a new state, it's a new town, so. I'm here to get, answers kind of just as you are, but the board's been really receptive. Talking with Tracy's, in contact with them, and, we'll all figure this out together, I guess.
You gotta know to ask the right questions in order to get answers though, because
That's
that's the hard part with the CCB.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just wanted to make sure that I know this is something that you know a lot about, and I wasn't sure if you had a specific perspective that would be important for us to hear.
I would just say, I believe the town, I don't think Tracy said, I think you technically have 60 days to make.
Yes, they have 60 days to begin the process. So, if there were questions and they needed to come back, that clock doesn't, that clock could reset to say, okay, we got an application in and it wasn't complete. Okay, we keep going. So it's not like the clock starts and it ends if the local applicant is unresponsive or doesn't submit a completed application and we need to go back and ask for more. Or let's say it's a new building and the fire marshal has to go in and there are violations. It's 60 days to start that process and keep it moving rather than, and that makes sense. Let's use the example of the fire marshal goes in and there are violations. Those have to be cleared. And that's like any other business. You don't get that final sign off until you clear any sort of fire prevention violation. So that's the same thing as we got to just keep the ball moving on both sides.
So I would just say, this has been a long process for me and I'm sure anyone else that is in it. The insurance policies are going. I do have people, that are technically employees, et cetera. So just there's a lot of money that's going out just now as we kind of set on the application. And so just maybe be mindful, the sooner everything can be done when you do receive application as opposed to later. I think probably anyone that is applying would appreciate just so they can kind of get the ball rolling. So.
Thank you. All right, I'll take a motion on this one.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
move that the select board adopt the local cannabis control commission application policy.
I second that.
We have a second from Rocket. Any discussion?
Yeah, I do have one question, I guess. Because this is a policy instead of an ordinance, we can change this at any time, correct?
You can change it at any time with a public discussion and a public vote. So if we realize that this isn't working for us, or we get new information from the CCB, we just bring that forth to you all with line changes and vote and sign off again.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nope. Okay, everyone, Dan's gone, but otherwise unanimous. All right, commission reports. Lanny, I'll start with you and we'll go back down this way.
I have nothing. I didn't make the HCC committee, so.
Okay, Rocket, anything?
Sister cities, the saga continues. I had to jump out of that in order to be here, so I apologize for being late. But the ongoing conversation about how they should use committee funding.
Okay. Ellie, do you have anything?
Sure. Just Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion. Committee Chair Sarah Campbell created a comprehensive method for tracking all of HCORI's motions and projects to help keep track of the committee work from a project management standpoint. So very grateful to the immense amount of work and the committee's excited to just use that tool. The committee is working to find a home for the DEI resource library, hopefully on the new town website. So Tracy, you might be getting, if you haven't already, some outreach from, and maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow in our meeting too, just to hopefully get that a place on the town website if that's possible. And then we nominated one of the committee members, Miriam Wood, who is just here, to serve on the steering committee to update the town's housing chapter. So that steering committee is pulling folks from a range of committees, and we're happy that HCORI has representation. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ellie. Mary, anything?
Last week, Parks and Rec were going on a tour of many of the parks, but we were rained out. So we're going tomorrow.
Yeah,
I did attend I wasn't able to go to the planning commission last night, I flew away, but
I was there for that.
for last night's.
Yeah.
You want to report?
Yeah, they didn't approve anything. There's a delay. There was an application for, the permit for the Haven was deferred, again, and
Just for the roadway.
the whole thing for the Havens application was, they acted to defer that until another meeting. And then the one for Stacy Lane, they were gonna go to the town to get more information in terms of water management. So that's being pushed out further too, so.
Because I think that the Havens application was their application for the low barrier shelter has already been withdrawn. And the application last night was supposed to be just about the requirement that was made that they have to put a roadway between the two parking lots, and they were trying to get that.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
delayed.
That was deferred.
Delayed, they're delayed, they delayed it three times then, so.
But I did attend the town plan, the steering committee to update the housing chapter in this town plan as liaison to the planning commission. And they gave an overview of the process and how it will work, being facilitated by two of the planners from Two Rivers Ottaquiche Regional Planning Commission. And yeah, just kind of laying the groundwork for how this whole thing will come together. And having served on the steering committee when they did the general town plan update between the planning department staff, like they did a great job of like really planning community engagement meetings to get feedback in just a really effective way. So I'm really looking forward to like how they're gonna put it all together.
Okay, thanks, Ken.
You have anything?
I have nothing. Consent agenda?
I'll handle that.
All right.
Approve the payroll ending.
We gotta move.
I make a motion that we approve the payroll ending 10/15/2022. Approve the meeting minutes of 10/4/2022 and 10/11/2022. Approve AP manifest of 10/14/2022 and 10/18/2022. Approve select board meetings of 11/1/2022, 11/9/2022, 11/15/2022, 11/22/2022, and 11/29/2022. And select board meeting already approved of 10/25/2022.
Yeah.
Second.
In seconds, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I realized I could not do that as well as Dan.
Yeah, you did a great job, Lanny. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Second.
Second, Lanny, all
Lanny.
those in favor?
Aye.
Kim and Lanny,
Thanks.
they
everybody.
switched places.
Thank you.
Kim.